Okay. Oh god. Wakiyakutachi. Welcome, y'all. Welcome in. How are you guys doing? You guys having a good start to your day so far? I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome, y'all. Welcome. How's everyone doing this fine? Oh my gosh, I typed in Google and I got full. Google. I hope you guys are having a fine day so far. Welcome. How is everyone doing? Please let me know. Let's see. Hello. Hi, man. Hello, Carl. Hello, Hakuro. Hello, Flash. Hello, Sheree. Hello, Unknown. Hello, Wesley. Hello, Neo. Hello, guys. How are you guys doing? What about cheeseburger? I would like a cheeseburger right now. I would like a cheeseburger. I would like a very good cheeseburger. That does sound good. But yeah, hi guys. Welcome. So I was actually caught up with some stuff this morning, and I had to record a video for, guess what? The newest Limbo Company update that's coming out. So I just had to prep for that. Because, you know, there's some Limbo Company stuff coming soon. Ooh, a new Girlfoot 2 survey. That's some free collapse pieces. But yeah, so today we're going to be doing the last part of the Zucchero Cafe. And I'm actually looking forward to doing the last part. All these weird food names are making me hungry. Also, hello to anyone out there that I might have missed. I apologize if I missed you. Doesn't mean that you're any lesser. But I'm kind of looking forward to seeing the rest of Zucchero Cafe and getting ready for Aphelion. But we've got a lot of stuff coming up. I know that there's a lot of... I've got like a big Daima video tomorrow, and you guys are going to be surprised by the title that I'm going to be putting out there. I don't imagine my review is going to take up everything, so I'll probably play something else afterwards. And then, geez, next week we're like piled high. I've got so much to do, but I know I'm probably going to wait a little on Aphelion before I do the Aphelion story. Just because of how much work I put in to this week. You know, we had the live stream for Girlfoot 2. We caught up on Amidst Swings of Grey with the skipping past the text. And then we had a little bit of Zucchero Cafe. So we're pretty much going to be finishing the rest of it. And you'll have to forgive me in the event my voices are not prepared, warmed up, all that stuff. I have some tea, but I'm trying to get ready for it. Let me... But yes, we've got quite a bit to go through for Zucchero. You did have a lot to do this week. Make sure you're not stressing yourself out. I'm not, I promise. I'm taking things day by day. It was my spring break, so for once I had some tea. Dude, I woke up with like an arid throat. Make sure I have a good rest. I will. Sunday, I will be resting and sleeping and still putting out a video. I'll still be dropping a video. So, you know, I work hard. I work hard. All right, guys. So, I've actually heard another update. I've actually heard a lot about Reverse Collapse, codename Bakery, which is supposed to be the sequel to this game. Genuinely, I have fallen down the Project Moon rabbit hole before. I have been absorbed into gacha games in their entirety. Will we get any rewards when the new unit comes out? Yes, actually. So they're giving away pretty much 40 free pulls, 10 on their standard banner and like 30 on their targeted banner. So I'm actually going to pick up Klukai. But yes, I've heard a lot about Reverse Collapse. I've also heard it's like Fire Emblem, so I'm super interested in that. We might be playing that. I actually put that up before stream started on a certain place on a certain somewhere, along with a ton of Girlfoot 2 skins. I'm trying to get updated. I'm trying to get ready. I'm trying to be prepared for the oncome of Aphelion. But all right, guys. Clucky pulls. Reverse collapse is pretty much a single player game. No commands this time around. I need to test a couple of things because something wasn't working. So yes, one of us. We will see. We will see. We will see if I end up what's it called? Not exactly, more like GFL on Heckroids, and will kick people's butt. Oh no. But yes, I put it up on there along with a ton of this upcoming skins just to keep things nice and forward and simple and all that fun stuff. So yes, all right guys. Let's continue. Okay, gosh, I don't remember how I did Kenny. I don't remember how I did Lentine either. Okay, guys, bear with me while I get in the groove. I'm not a professional. I just do what I can. Adjutant Lentine. Adjutant Lentine, look out. The red-haired woman is caught off guard by the green-clad doll jumping across her path and forgets to duck. Kenny tackles Lentine to the ground, and the bullets that would have hit her square in the chest instead slam into the men's back plates. The other troops immediately stop shooting and drag the two of them into safety. The woman gets to her feet and immediately checks on the squad leader's wounds. Kenny looks like he could be related to you? Wait, Kenny's the armored guy. Kenny, are you all right? Heck if I know. She quickly inspects the plate where he was struck and finds a bullet stuck between two of his ballistic plates. Get up already. It's not like it's not going to get you pregnant. Empreggers. The woman kicks the squad leader after realizing he wasn't injured at all. After all, Kenny scrambles to his feet. Lentine pays him no further heed. Instead, she peers out from behind their cover. The smoke cloud has fully spread out. She can't see anything. Adjutant, we've lost sight of the target. Should we pursue? Deeper. Okay, give me a casualty report. We've got 12 KIA and 25 WIA. Losses are serious. Gosh dang MFers. After them. I want them all to burn in heck. Calm down, Adjutant. We're at a disadvantage fighting dolls at this range. Lentine trembles with rage. She pulls out a cigarette and takes a deep drag from it to calm herself down. After a brief period of contemplation, her reason wins out over her emotions. Bravo. Evacuate the wounded. Everyone else from the other teams who can still move, form up into a squad and follow me. We're heading up to the surface to wipe them out. Once we get to the underground levels, blow all the charges. Yes, ma'am. Kenny, have everyone from Echo who's still alive drive the IFVs over to block off the exit those dolls are using. Stop them no matter what, even if it means having to physically hit them with your cannon barrels. I'll contact them right away. The attack and losses sustained have far exceeded anything she has expected. Meanwhile, it's very hard for her not to imagine what has happened after looking at the corpse of the Boojum in the deep pit and that of the woman in the back outside of it. What the heck am I even fighting for? Lentine mutters to herself, a mix of emotions, then she casts aside her cigarette butt and vanishes into the darkness of the tunnels with the rest of her men. This is Rhino 4, hailing Rhino 1. We've picked up an echo and are heading for the tunnel entrance. A few remaining black armored troopers file onto the IFVs. Their rear hatch closes up and their closes up, and their engines roar loudly. 1 copies. We're following behind you, ready to cover you anytime. The 2 IFVs at the entrance of the tunnel stop at the entrance of the tunnel. It is wide enough that they can drive into it side by side. The 3 remaining IFVs are parked outside the entrance, flanking it with the autocannons pointing into the opening. All their targeting optics are riddled with bullet holes, forcing the crew to pop their hatches and physically view their surroundings. The vehicle's headlights turn on. One of the vehicle commanders signals in advance, and the 2 lead IFVs drive into the tunnel. Rhino 4, let the infantry scout the surroundings. Don't let yourself get flanked and ambushed. 4 copies. They're on high alert. The black armored men emerge from the vehicle, guns held at the ready as they eye this area around them. This is Lentine. The enemy is taking the elevator up. Head up to the top of the elevator landing and intercept them. Smash them to bits. 4 copies, Adjutant. You heard her. Pick up the pace. Copy. Accelerating now. The IFVs pick up speed, crushing crates and corpses underfoot. The black armored troopers notice that the crushed corpses have mangy security written on their gear, but their rapid movement soon carries them out of sight. Stopping at the end of the tunnel, the IFV's headlights cast a clear glow ahead while the elevator platform noisily makes its way up the shaft. The spinning yellow lights and alarm klaxons are constant reminders to the IFV's crew and compliment that the elevator is about to arrive. The elevator platform is stacked high with various crates. The IFVs turn their turrets to cover it as it comes into everyone's view. Open fire! Open fire! Roger, commencing attack. While they can't see the enemy's position, the IFV gunners pull the triggers on their hand stations without hesitation. The IFV's autocannons and coaxial machine guns open up in unison, the tremendous power of their large caliber rounds shredding the boxes and crates on the platform to pieces. The autocannon rounds even pierce the platform itself and turn center into Swiss cheese. The plumes of smoke from the gunfire cover the entire platform, and it's only after 10 odd seconds of this withering barrage that the IFVs finally cease their attack. Cease fire! Cease fire! Do you have visual contact? Unable to determine, but there's no way anyone could survive that. Whoa! I need to get better about these hurt noises. Gwarg! Hwah! A sharp blade slashes. I'm sorry, that threw me off guard for a moment. Give me a second. A sharp blade slashes through the neck of the speaking trooper. He stares incredulously at the maid attire doll who has appeared behind him. Oh, the Jaeger voice. Blood spurts from his severed carotid and jugular. He tries with all his might to stop the bleeding, but fails, and he collapses limply through the tunnel hatch and into the vehicle's interior. Ambush! Ambush! Drop off your troops! Another doll descends from the ceiling, landing heavily on the turret. The crewman nearest to her tries to pull out her pistol and shoot, but she kicks his head so hard it spins a full 359 degrees around his... Oh! Oh my god! Oh! She kicked his head so hard, his head just went... Oh. This part shows how deadly dolls are. Holy god! She told him to look at himself. Wish that was me. All right. By the way, I won't lie. I'm a big fan of Jiang Yu's design. She might be another waifu doll I have to pick up. What the heck's going on? Report! We've been ambushed. Disembark and form up now. Reminder that your cute dolls are basically built like Terminators. You know, I've never actually seen that movie. She missed 1 degree. Don't shoot. We'll capture one of the IFVs and wipe out the rest of the enemies. Roger that. Commencing operation. Holy god. Dolls are like Terminator level of scary. Yeah, I mean, like, they're squarely not like humans. Well, we know they're like pure robots, so like, they're crazy. Since I have dinner. Of course, man. You enjoy your dinner. What's for dinner? Let's see. Wood. Dang, they just got destroyed. Thanks, Centaureissi. Those autocannons would have shot us to bits if it wasn't... Excuse me? For your warning. Climbing up a tiny platform was a piece of cake. Those people were totally underestimating us. Just before the IFEs arrived, the dolls had already carried me and jumped up to the elevator landing, where we hid in a side tunnel. Meanwhile, Jiangyu and Centaureissi lay in ambush on the ceiling, waiting for the enemy to deliver themselves into our net. There was no way enemies would have given themselves up so easily. Machito engaged their IFEs when we arrived here, so my guess was that they would have used them to head us off. You can thank yours truly for destroying their optical systems, otherwise they would have never exposed themselves like they did. Good point. We have had a much harder time if they had buttoned up in their vehicles. Those metal boxes are a real pain. Seeing how proud Machito looks, I nod in her direction and show my approval. Still, staying here is dangerous. I gesture for the dolls to gather up so we can begin planning our next move. Thank you, everyone. You were a godsend. Come on, let's mount up. I'll handle the driving. Miss Dandelion, would you mind helping me download some driving software? On it. Centaureissi climbs up into the driver's seat, while the other dolls check the corpses out of the vehicle before filling up the passenger compartment. Centaureissi finishes downloading the IFE driving software just as everyone finishes taking their places. Just as she begins to reverse, however, a massive explosion comes from deep within the underground complex. Dang it. They must have been trying to blow up this place. Hurry, we need to get out of here. Yes, Matt. Yes, Goshijin-sama. Centaureissi floors the accelerator on the IFE and it lurches forward. The tunnel behind the IFE begins to disintegrate in its wake and chunks of debris fall from the ceiling like stone rain. Rhino 4, come on, Rhino 4. Echo Team, do you copy? I think they're all dead. Son of a... woman dog! All remaining units, listen up. Seal off this tunnel exit. The tunnel is collapsing faster and faster, but Centaureissi is driving as fast as the IFE can go. From her perch inside of the turret, Macchiato spots more IFEs waiting to ambush us, but there's no way we can slow down now. Sharkery, get over to the tunnel exit right now. We need backup. Go with plan 1. Weapons free. Weapons free. Is it time for Sharkery's exciting performance at last? Yay! We slam into the wall of lead from the IFEs outside the tunnel, forcing Macchiato to duck back inside the turret. In the front, bullets and shells and all manner of ordnance throw up an endless rain of sparks as they ricochet off the IFE armor. Behind us, the collapsing tunnel surges forward to consume us all. Suddenly, a tremor of whirling blades shakes from the air from behind the IFEs that are outside the tunnel. A helicopter armed with rocket pods has just arrived in attack position. It's a chopper! There's an attack chopper out there! Oh, what? Hang on, we're almost there. The black-clad soldiers are running through the wilderness at top speed. The exit behind them belches flame from the demolition charges as they sprint towards the other one. Quick, shoot it! Shoot it! The IFE's turrets begin swiveling, but it's too late for them. The helicopter hovers in midair, and then a volley from its rocket pods turns the IFEs into a burning wreckage. Dude, who gave us support? The IFE from inside the tunnel roars into the open air and belashes the flaming wrecks aside, trailed by explosions which completely destroy the tunnel in its wake. As the flames chase it, the IFE carries on towards a small hill in the distance while spewing black smoke. The helicopter gracefully banks to the side and flies past us, landing on the hill where we're headed. Once we were there, Centaureissi puts on the brakes and I emerge from the IFE. While I can barely open my eyes because of the downwashing grit, what I still manage to see shocks me at my core. Nothing could be more familiar to me than the black helicopter before me, except perhaps for the worn but still legible insignia on its side, the shield of G and K. Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper! There's no time to admire it, though the dolls pop the IFV's hatches and begins climbing up it toward it. I help the dolls push Helena and the box into the cabin. In the distance, the black armored troopers have gotten to the high ground of their own. The woman who leads them turns, anxiously gazes at the helicopter in the distance. Gosh, dang it! We won't be able to catch up with them. Kenny, you have any rocket launchers? We do. Bring that chopper down. Give me a pair of binos. The woman takes the binoculars that her men hands her and looks through them at the helicopter. Range is 260 meters. Fire when ready. Through the binoculars, she sees the dolls pulling a human into the cabin. The human takes a seat on the lip of the passenger compartment. Lentine ups the magnification of her binoculars, but when she sees the woman's face, she suddenly freezes. Isn't she from Frankfurt? She immediately changes her mind and gives another order. Cease fire! Huh? However, the squad leader has already pulled the trigger. The rocket streaks out toward the helicopter. The helicopter immediately pulls out, trying to bank out of the path of the rocket. However, the intersection of its course, that of the missile, has sealed the fate of the group on the helicopter. Firing. 2 shots ring out, piercing the rocket and throwing it off course, where it explodes in midair. What the heck? The shockwave from the rocket's explosion shakes the helicopter, but the pilot soon levels it out. It continues picking up speed, trying to get out of this god-for-heckin' heck hole. We still have hostiles nearby. Find them. The helicopter's still in range. Should I keep going? As Kenny barks orders to his men, he raises another rocket launcher, awaiting Lentine's response. All units take cover and wait further instructions. Upon hearing the order, the black troopers obediently remain still and make no further movements. In the distance, the helicopter picks up speed and fades from sight. Meanwhile, the hidden shooters do not reveal themselves. So, they're recovering the escape. Then, 2 gunshots. 2 people. She shoves the binoculars back in Kenny's arm, then takes out the cigarette and lights it. The surviving men in black, silent, as though they wait for Lentine's next orders. A moment later, she throws the cigarette aside without so much as a drag and turns to address Kenny. Contact HQ. Tell them the mission is complete. Then inform personnel and have them pay out maximum compensation to our fallen men. Kenny nods. When writing your combat report, attribute all personnel and material losses to battle with the Bujim. Do not mention anything about the battle with those dolls. What? Then find the most reliable underground broker you can. I need information. Lots of information. With that, Lentine heads into the distance, ignoring Kenny's questions. The sound of the world begins to fade away as she loses herself in thought. There's only one thought left in her mind. Why? 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 Driven by that thought, she sets out on a mission of her own. Lots of daka daka. Mozin's so cute. Mozen swimsuit skin win. They don't have to show you. They describe and let you fill in the blanks. Dude, I was imagining that soldier with like bones sticking out of his neck. It was horrifying. Vlorand Adater. Guns. Real 80s tactics? Would you trust Sharkery with a heli though? I don't know, maybe. If she could handle it. The collapse storm would scramble radar and other sensors that it'd allow such a low strike. Welcome back, man. We were just escaping the cave. for reverse and stuff like that. A neck being compressed and twisted like a near empty tube of toothpaste. Ooh. Ooh. That's grody. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna move on. Okay, we finally escaped. So the helicopter rises through the clouds and reaches its cruising height. I get back inside the cabin and close the door, whereupon the active noise cancelling system installed in all Griffin helicopters engages and excludes all outside noise. The silent surroundings make me realize that I've left the combat zone, and it is only then that I realize that my hands are trembling, a feeling that is slowly rising up in my arms. I clench my fists, doing my best to stabilize my heart rate, and then I begin considering the current situation. Based on what I saw just now, the involvement of Parodius, those PMC troops, and that other Helena are all very unnatural. What on earth is Dandelion trying to pull? Where is she trying to steer all of this? I look at the flying Dandegate and think about how to get a straight answer out of her. That missile, headed at us, clearly did not explode for no reason. From its trajectory and position where it exploded, someone must have shot it down. In other words, someone, Klukai, secretly saved us. But who could have done that? I ponder the question, but can't come up with anything, since I have no evidence of proof to support it. All I can do is set it aside for now. So, where shall we go next? I'll ask Centaureissi and Macchiato later. I'm sure they have plans of their own. Should I continue with the transport mission? I look at the box and the other Helena, who looks like the one I know, but acts completely different. Once we get to a safe place, I'm going to have a good long chat with her about what happened before we got her. After the brief period of contemplation, I look outside the inside of the cabin. There's a standard issue Griffin transport helicopter. Judging by its stability in flight and the normal operation of its noise cancellation, this chopper has most likely been maintained at active duty spec from 10 years ago. While the fittings are a little odd, they're all pretty much standard issue from back then. Even the first aid kit is in the same place. Macchiato heads over to the co-pilot seat and talks to a doll I've never seen before about our fight path. Centaureissi takes the first aid kit from under the seats and begins treating the wounds of the dolls who were damaged in the battles just now. I love you, Zhang-Yu. You can be my brat any day. The dolls begin exchanging their names and rejoice over surviving the battle just now. I look at Kolfine, who she's trying to strike up a conversation with the other Helena, but the latter does not respond in any way, only looking down at the box. She looks uneasy, but I can tell that she's trying to rein in her emotions. She's been secretly observing everyone since we got on the helicopter and thinking about something. Hello, Nightmare. The box has been secured to the cabin floor. Zhao Hui looks worried at it, then looks up at the hovering Dandegate. Say, this box isn't going to suddenly change back to its sphere form, right? I've already assumed direct control over the box's authorizations. That said, its occupant might be able to take back control. Who knows? Upon hearing this, the girl suddenly looks up and addresses the Dandegate in an earnest voice. He is already gone. I can no longer sense the lurking unclean. So, she's gone. The Dandegate flies in front of the girl's face, its mono eye focusing on her, but the face reflected its glassy depth does not change. Looks like there's no more danger then. Lucky us. But she has left her burden behind. The box cannot be opened for now. Why? Are you afraid that she will replace you? You should not do that if you do not want her to die. After saying that, the girl lowers her head again and remains silent, no longer listening to Dandelion's teasing. Poor sweet Helena. Wait, the dolls are exchanging memes? Yes? No? With a sigh, I look away from their conversation to the dolls. Centaureissi has finished binding Diane's wounds, so I approach them and ask about their condition. Diane, Jungyu. Oh, hold on. Diane, Jungyu, are you alright? You don't have to. You don't have to worry, Shiki-kan. They were merely flesh wounds. Yep, a band-aid or two and we'll be just fine. Diane's injuries aren't particularly bad, but Jungyu has suffered a penetration injury through and through to her leg. Centaureissi kneels before her and begins administering first aid. She carefully extracts the bullet and its fragments, then fills the wound channel with packing epoxy and applies a synth skin patch over the entry and exit wounds. Jungyu limbers up her leg, then nods happily to Centaureissi gratitude. Seeing as Centaureissi has finished first aid for them, I decide to ask her the question that's been on my mind. So, what's the deal with the helicopter? Kind of slow to the uptake, aren't you, Shiki-kan? Can't you tell that this is a present that your subordinate has prepared for you? The damned gate shifts its position directly over my head. I try to look up, but I can't see her. Is that true? Centaureissi puts the tools back into the first aid kit, then looks up at me with a smile. Indeed. We had heard that you were working in the yellow zones all the time, so manager and everyone in Zucchero decided to chip in and get this for you. Dude, these girls bought me a helicopter! A freaking helicopter! Get you guys a bunch of obsessive girls who'll buy you a helicopter, am I right? We were planning to present it to you when you came to the satellite city. However, the situation was urgent and we need to get here ASAP, so we had to give it to you in this way. Do you like it, Goshijin-sama? The sudden surge of emotion leaves me unsure of what to say next. As nostalgia assaults my brain and I look around, I feel like I've gone 10 years back in time. But after seeing the box on the ground and Helena beside me, I realize I'm no longer in the past. Thank you, everyone. Don't forget to thank Springfield. It took a lot of effort for her to acquire this helicopter operator. After Macchiato finishes talking to the pilot, she heads in from the pilot's cabin and takes a seat opposite from me. Did she? And your name is now Macchiato. That's my name now. Make sure you remember it. I will, Macchiato. Is Springfield come with you too? Yes, manager's waiting for us in CH02. CHE02. It's one of the satellite cities on the escort route. I look up at Dandegate. It pretends that it didn't notice me looking. We should be safer now. Would you like me to contact the manager? Yes, we should. Please put me through. Centaureissi adjusts the transmission frequency and patches the signal into my earpiece. Soon, I hear a familiar voice through it. Oh, come here, Shiki-kan. It's been a while since we last spoke. Yeah, it has. Sorry for making you go through all this trouble. No need to stand on ceremony, Shiki-kan. Are things going well on your end? I guess not. You're as funny as ever, Shiki-kan. Judging by the fact that you're speaking to me over this channel, I take it you've already received your present? Yes, although I have no idea how you managed to hold on to it for so long. It's definitely a big gift, though it's definitely appreciated. That's good to hear. I'll make preparations to receive you at the cafe. Cafe? I see. Speaking of which, I've brought a rather complicated bunch of guests with me. Will it be convenient for you? Ms. Dandelion has already told me the details of the situation. As for those Helenas, they'll need special care. Oh, shoot. You may need to make some preparations before coming to the cafe. Preparations, you say? I understand. Oh, yes, regarding the Elmo, I've explained the situation to Miss Mailing and asked her not to worry. You don't need to worry about the rest. I've told the staff members what to do. Just get some rest along the way. We'll deal with any problems that come up when you arrive in Zucchero. Well, that's Springfield for you. She's already taken all things into account that were worrying me. I nod, then end the call after thanking her. As I take the view outside the window, a wave of fatigue suddenly washes over me. Apparently, the sense of security I felt from knowing that I was surrounded by my dolls led me to relax unconsciously. I lean against my seat and close my eyes, allowing my consciousness to drift into the depths of my mind. Shiki-kan! Shiki-kan! An indistinct voice speaks into my ear. It sounds like Helena. I force my heavy-lidded eyes to open, focus my sight on the white-haired girl before me. There seems to be a film of condensation over my field of vision. Helena? Shiki-kan, we've arrived. I move my slightly stiff joints. I hadn't expected to be sleeping so soundly. Then I look around. Helena's the only one here. Everyone else is gone. This is creepy. Where's everybody? Shiki-kan. She bursts into tears. There. Don't cry. What happened? I fumble a little as I try to wipe her tears, but she ends up grabbing my wrist instead. I never imagined a child could be so strong. I can't break free of her grip. Shiki-kan, save me. The Helenas. Deceived. Lies. Don't worry. If there's nothing else, you'll be safe by my side. But if you need my help, then you'll need to tell me everything, okay? Helena is still sobbing, but she nods. Suddenly, her pupils dilate and the strength fades from her hand. I use this opportunity to regain control over my wrists. Right after that, the white mist floods in from the outside of the helicopter. Helen begins muttering to herself, as though she's been summoned by something. Dude, she looks so scared. It's awful. Oh no, not a traitor. Before she can finish, she turns and rushes into the mist. Reflexively, I follow her. As the mist clears, I grind to halt as I see a seemingly endless expanse of epiphyllums before me. Countless Helenas are walking forward through the flowers. Epiphyllums bloom and petals fall like rain. This beautiful scene is indescribably eerie. Helena! My voice shatters the silence of Helena's. As one, they instantly turn to look at me with vacant eyes. Only one of them has the same sad look on her face. This is creepy as heck. Oh my god. This is like that Majora's Mask creepypasta, Ben Drowned. Or, you can make it funny and try to make it like Skyrim. You never should have come here. But no, this is creepy as heck. You never should have come here. Then leave with me. Go together. Helena shakes her head. My destiny is here. Destiny? To heck with destiny! A thought flashes through my head. For some reason, I feel like if I let go of Helena, I'll lose her forever. You're kind, Shiki-kan. What on earth are you saying? I pick up the pace until I reach Helena. I'll need to get her out of this creepy place. I'll physically drag her away if I have to. However, no matter how much strength I use, Helena refuses to budge. Kind die, but you must live. Helena picks up the epiphyllum beside her. The soft, lovely flower instantly transforms into a sharp blade that gleams coldly, and she stabs it into my heart without hesitation. Oh my god, that is one way to break a mother's heart. I can't dodge the blow, but my chest doesn't hurt, just feels cold. Helena weeps and my consciousness grows hazy. I bolt upright, like I've been electrocuted. After gasping heavily for several seconds, I recognize that Dandelion is perched on my chest. Ah, I see. I see. Dandelion's trying to get that grabby, feely while I'm asleep, huh? Should have known. I'm just kidding, by the way. That's totally not what she was doing. Were you dreaming? Upon seeing that I'm getting up, the Dandegig hops off my chest and takes to the air. I turn to look at the girl in the corner, then at the box and quietly sigh. More like a nightmare. I think I was too tense. I'm okay now. Dandelion flies a circle in my head before descending before my face again. As long as you're fine. Get ready, we're about to land. I look outside the window again. The helicopter's approaching the city. I don't know what's happening, but I feel emotionally scarred by this. I mean, it's girl depression or depression frontline. So it's meant to cause sadness and pain. We were just stabbed by our beautiful little daughter with like terribly cut bangs. The doll, who Macchiato called Sharkery, is speaking into the communicator. Seems like she's talking to the local air traffic controllers. Looking down, I notice that despite us heading straight for the city, the air defense emplacements on the walls are... oh, shoot. On the walls are not tracking us, as though we're old friends. This takes me by surprise. It implies that this helicopter has been legally registered and has permission to use the city's airspace. The cost of obtaining such permission might actually be higher than the price of the helicopter itself. The helicopter slowly descends as we near the city, until we end up touching down on a small helipad near the city walls. After stepping outside of the helicopter, the massive quarantine walls fill my line of sight. As I look around, I notice that all the nearby security cameras are facing elsewhere as several men in police uniforms approach us. Macchiato moves up to meet them and stuffs several black cards into their hands. The men nod before heading towards the helicopter. They walk past us as though we're invisible and enter the helicopter. Soon, the helicopter lifts off and flies elsewhere. Come with me, Shiki-kan. Miss Diane and Miss Jungyu and Miss Seohui. Sharkery will take you to the Zucchero Cafe. It is a safe place where you can rest for a while. Shiki-kan. Go rest. I'll come afterwards. Diane nods and the trio of dolls head into the passage with Sharkery. Meanwhile, while Macchiato enters a passcode into the nearby door before beckoning me over, I enter it with her, followed by Kofin, who is holding Helena's hand. Centaureissi is at the rear of the group, carrying the box on her back. After passing through a run-down maintenance passage and taking a cargo elevator into the underground whole area, we arrive at a small storage unit. There is a 6-seater light truck inside us. Inside it? We mount up in silence and drive out of the storage unit. Your T-dorks are richer than you now, SKK? Well, I mean, have you seen what Thigistics has done for them? They've improved them so much that it's hard for them to not be making more money than the SKK. As we emerge from the underground area, the sunlight hits my face. It is sunset now, and the truck slowly climbs in a long spiral from the sublevels of the satellite city towards a... oh, sorry, I just hit the mic. Towards a higher elevation. As we go deeper into the city, more and more lights come on. Seems like they're celebrating some sort of festival. Helena's eyes are drawn to the lights. She seems to be trying to greedily devour them all in her gaze. All this must be fresh and new to her. I can practically sense the excitement and eagerness boiling in her heart. However, when she looks back inside the truck, she sees the box on the floorboards. Her eyes go dull again. She notices that I'm looking and turns to look me in the eyes. On my part, I do not shy away from meeting her gaze. Then her mouth opens, as though she wants to say something, but then she hesitates. Instead, she turns away, looking neither at the box city nor at the box, but at her feet. And she seems to be waxing thoughtful. No bully, no poor Mike. I'm sorry! An hour and two more changes of vehicles later, Macchiato drives into a skyscraper, whereupon we dismount and get into an elevator. As its doors open, we are greeted by a bright yet completely sealed room. Springfield is there. Clearly she's been waiting there for us for a while. Welcome, Shiki-kan. Did you enjoy your trip? And here I thought we'd run into a blockade and be subjected to a thrilling car chase. Looks like I was overthinking things. It'd be terribly rude to subject you to something like that after you came all this way to CHE02. Well, that's our reliable cafe manager for you. Speaking of which, this isn't Zucchero, is it? I look around. We appear to be in a high-end safe house, packed with all kinds of comms, equipment, and weaponry, even though the walls have been reinforced with ballistic armor plating. But of course, this is one of our hiding places. It used to be a high-end apartment. I've renovated the interior so it should be quite secure against internal and external threats. After considering how important this little miss might be, I thought that it would be best to put everyone up here. Well done, Springfield. You really did think of everything. Looks like I made the right choice in picking you as our first stop. The Dandelion comes into a halt in front of Springfield and projects Dandelion's face. Why, if it isn't Miss Dandelion! I thought you'd be coming in person, but this body of yours... Oh, you know how it is. The Shiki-kun couldn't spare me a proper frame, but wanted me to risk my life while slaving away for her. Oh, so I could have had no choice but to make do with the Standigate for now. Oh, that's enough nonsense out of you. Still the same old Miss Dandelion, it seems. Excuse me, guys. Anyway, please help me charge up the Standigate. Its battery must be on its last legs after a whole day of flying around. I think I'll go take a rest myself. I'll leave the rest to you guys. The Dandelion flies above Springfield and with a snap, powers down and falls into her hands. Springfield finds a wall socket and plugs the Dandelion into it. Then she dusts off her hands before smiling at us. There's room for everyone here. Let's all relax and take a break, yes? Springfield walks up to the girl. Now as for you, Miss Helena, if you don't mind, would you allow us to lend you a hand? The girl doesn't answer and Colfine directs a pleading gaze at me. It's fine. Let them handle it. You should get some rest too. We'll meet in the hall later. It is only after hearing me speak that Colfine lets go of Helena's hand. Centaureissi leads Colfine to one of the rooms and escorts her inside. Springfield smiles a moment and holds a hand out to Helena. The latter doesn't take it, but she eventually nods after hesitating for a moment. Springfield then turns away to say a few things to Centaureissi before the two of them lead Helena into another room. Before they leave, Springfield turns to speak to me. Shiki-kan, you should rest up. We'll contact you once we clean her up. Right. After Springfield and company leave, the only people left are me and Macchiato. Let me take you to your room. Please do. Please do. Macchiato leads me forward, then stops in front of a door. I open it and see a guest room within. It's not big, but it is luxuriously appointed, and there's a shower and bathroom inside. This is a really fancy place. I guess that's a high-end apartment for you. The one I bought is way better than this. Huh? You've got a place of your own. Of course. Look, Shiki-kun, if, and I'm saying if... If... It's nothing. Go bathe. You smell like a fire. You smell like a fire is crazy. Gosh dang. Oh, okay, I'm going now. I enter the room and Macchiato closes it with a click. I sigh heavily, then take off my jacket before lying down in bed. While I still feel tired, sleep is long in coming. After tossing and turning a few times, I decide to clean myself and enter the bathroom for a shower. The clean room, comfortably warm, make me realize that I haven't been treated this well in a long, long time. As I spray myself with hot water from the shower head, I think back on things that happened before this. One thing's for sure, I don't regret anything that happened. I feel much more refreshed after exiting the shower and drying myself off. Then it's on with my clothes and back to the bed again to await Springfield's summons. Just as I'm about to fall asleep, after many minutes, I finally hear Springfield's voice from the terminal. Shiki-kun, is now a good time? We finished preparations on our end. I throw on my jacket and head outside. As I do, I see Springfield and the others waiting for me in the main hall. I notice that Helena is sitting on the sofa. The grime and bloodstains from earlier have been cleaned off and she's wearing a fresh set of clothing. Colfine is sitting by her while Springfield is seated opposite to them. Macchiato and Centaureissi are watching us from a distance. Okay, here we go. Let me quick stretch, get a little bit to drink. Holy god, that Helena's adorable! Okay guys, take a quick drink. As soon as always, go shower, fire nose. I'm not a smuggler, your mom's a smuggler, stand up, you won't get pregnant. Truly captivating. Hello, Floza, welcome, welcome. They all names before enrolled with the Shiki-kun as seen in your club, but when they got weapons, they were considered just war expenses getting rid of their names. Oh. Okay, quick stretch. And I think we're nearing the end of this cutscene, but let's keep going. Oh god, my back. That felt good. I glance over at Springfield and she moves aside with a smile. I walk up to Helena, then take a seat on the sofa opposite. You look much prettier now. Helena blushes a little, and then she answers in a very quiet voice. The nice ladies help me wash up. It was all thanks to Centaureissi hard work. As for the clothing, it was all thanks to Centaureissi hard work. As for the clothing, the only thing we had, which was remotely her size, was Sharky's outfits. So we hope you like it. Well, at least she looks like a normal girl right now. Normal girl, huh? I rest my elbows on my knees, then lean forward to study Helena for a moment before I begin speaking. I know you have a lot of questions about us, just like how we have a lot of questions about you. I'm sure everything that happened just now must have come as a huge shock to you, but it's over now. So let's sit down, have a good chat. It wasn't much of a shock. Really now? Well, it wasn't compared to how much that happened in the past. The girl frowns and she looks up at me. I look back at her without flinching and she decides to take the initiative. Who are you people anyway? Where should I begin? Well, I'm just a perfectly ordinary bounty hunter and these dolls are my ex-subordinates. They're all kind and friendly dolls, but I guess you already knew that. Helena looks at the other dolls around her and nods. They're kind and friendly, yes. That doesn't necessarily mean you're good people. Why did you save me? Why did you bring me here? We were asked to escort Helena to a safe place where she could be cared for and protected. Escort Helena? I turn to look at the box on the ground. The girl's eyes follow mine. Someone handed that Helena over to me, so we ended up being attacked by all kinds of enemies that each day, from Vagers to Paradeus and now Mangy Security. Since you're Helena too, I had no reason to leave you there. Reason? Is this why you fought Paradeus and those mercenaries? Paradeus has always been our enemy. I wouldn't have spared them, even if I hadn't been tasked to escort Helena. As for those mercenaries, I don't have any particular grudge against them. It said I had no reason not to shoot back when they shot at me. I guess you can't trust this yet, huh? I look up at and give Springfield a look. She steps forward and addresses the girl. Don't worry. This is a safe place. I can guarantee you that those Nighters, Unitates, and Mangy security people will not find you here. Shikikan here fought Paradeus 10 years ago, so you can feel free to tell us anything. Tell us if there's anything on your mind, or if you have any requests. Miss Helena, can I call you that? Or is there any particular way you want us to address you? There are two Miss Helenas after all. It would be best to make a distinction if you're going to stay with the Shikikan. There's no need for that. I won't be disturbing you for long. Does that mean you're gonna leave soon? But where will you go? I'm very grateful for you saving me. The rest is my business. I take a deep breath. Seems the girl isn't as pure and innocent as our Helena, but behind her face of grizzled independence are hints of a naive streak. I scratch my head, at a bit of a loss on how to go from here. Even fighting 10 Mangy security combat teams at once would be less than a headache of this. I'm not used to handling kids. After thinking for a moment, I decide not to beat around the bush. It's probably time to get straight to the point. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to remember things like this now, but the things we saw at the underground facility today might be linked to all of our pasts. And I want to sort this matter out. I want to uncover the truth, no matter what. So what happened back there will never happen again. So can you tell me everything you know about what happened down there? Why a village full of people would end up being snatched up and used as test subjects? Why there are Bujim and Niter down there? What kind of ceremony were they conducting, and why Helena, that is to say you, exists? The girl listens silently. As I rattle off a string of questions, she listens earnestly but shows no indication to answer them. After a long silence, she speaks at last. You shouldn't look any further into this. What do you mean? If you keep investigating, you'll end up like those people in the tanks. You'll end up dead because of me. I'll end up dead because of you. Is that why you don't want to stay here long? Because you're worried about that? She falls silent again. There's an anguished look on her face, one that I've never seen on Helena's face before today. Since they look identical, I can't help but compare her to the Helena who's been with us all this time. You look alike, but your personalities couldn't be any more different. She meets my gaze, then practically shout what she's thinking. I don't know how powerful they are, but you won't be able to get out easily if you get mixed up in this! From the moment I learned Paradeus was involved in the matter, I knew there was no other way. I couldn't just stand idly by. Why don't you understand? You knew I wasn't your Helena back then. Why do you insist on taking me with you? You should have taken your Helena. I told you before, right? Since you're Helena too, I have no reason to abandon you here. And if you aren't Helena, there's no way I'd leave a child in a place like that. Stop pretending you're a good Samaritan. Things that are surrounding me are darker than you can imagine. It won't be a good end for you if you get involved in it. Let's see what you guys are saying. Hi, Bernie. Parent Sim. Whole AR team. Dolls were designated for combat. Sounds like a draft. Basically, yeah, which means that Sabrina probably modified her frame so she can have a built-in fridge for random food. Did you plug yet? I did not. Guys, thanks for watching the stream. If you guys are enjoying the content so far, please consider giving it a like and a sub, as it'll help the channel out so much. And we have a Discord in the description that you can join, where we talk about a bunch of fun, random, different stuff. Okay, y'all, back to the video. And yes, I'll take another hydration. I need some more hydration. I'm thirsty. Too many people have already died because of me. Can't have any more. Do you even understand what I'm saying? I get it, but we're not going to die because of you. You didn't kill those villagers, and neither did you kill those state sec agents. What? It's not your fault they died. It's the fault of the cult and the people behind them. If you shoulder the blame for their sins, you'll be letting true masterminds get away with their crimes. She's right. Wolfine, who has been silent all this time, suddenly stands up. Wolfine? The followers of Paradise killed my sister, just like how they killed people in those tanks. They don't need a reason or motivation to hurt others. They do it because they want to. So I can't accept what you're saying. I can't accept how you're taking the blame for hurting others when it's clearly those cultists' faults. I don't know what happened here. I don't even know who I should be hating. But I want to do something. I want to change something. That's why I've been keeping Helena company, no matter which Helena it is. But maybe if I try hard enough, the people who would have suffered like my sister won't have to be hurt. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be saying any of this to you. The air in the room goes silence. Oh, shoot. After her saying her piece, Wolfine sits back down and says no more. Thank you, Wolfine. I look at Helena as I address her kind and as firm of a tone as I can manage. Running away won't solve anything, and running away won't stop tragedies like this from happening again. I'm sure you understand that. Don't take everything onto yourself. Also, don't look down on us. You saw how we took the Boojim and those mercenaries out, right? We'll uncover everything about this Helena incident. Considering how that Helena ended up in my hands, I'm pretty sure you know how determined we are to interfere in this matter. Helena D68 bites her lip. There seems to be a great struggle going on in her heart. Are you from State Sec too? Nope, but we can do more than they can. Helena D68 thinks for a moment. Then she speaks at last. Well, if you want to know, then I'll tell you. My memories are limited to what happened in the village. Niter and Unitates called me Lord, and those villagers looked at me as a miracle created by God. They said I could help everyone find Cavitas, and then lead everyone to freedom from pain and gain external life. Do you know what Cavitas is? No, I don't. But I heard that it's what everyone's been searching for. In order to find Cavitas, they put those instruments and did all kinds of experiments on me. Experiments. More bloody experiments. Don't those parodious buttholes have a single original bone in their bodies? Shikikan. Pardon me. What happened after that? After that, I learned it was all fake. villagers who were bathed in that so-called grace, they all became monsters. Wolfine looks at me. So that's why Cruifium. That makes sense now. So that's the ceremony they were talking about. We controlled those monsters and turned them into bujums. We were talking about the bujums you were talking about, but I could hear the wailing and lamenting of their hearts. The ceremony made them obedient to me, but all I could do was give orders as the woman dressed in black commanded me. I don't want to do this anymore, but there is nothing I could do except pray each day for a miracle to happen. And then someone actually did come. Someone actually came to save me, as though they were answering my prayers. One day, a group of people who said the same thing as you came to the underground complex. They said they were state sec agents, that they were going to save me. I was so happy then. They took me out of tunnels, told me to wait for their pickup in the village. But in the end, it never came. That time, I didn't realize they were probably in those tanks. I had nowhere to go. My only company was the lingering spirits of the fallen. At that time, all I could do was pray. And then my prayers were answered again. Another me descended from the heavens shining brightly. So our Helena's drawn to you by your prayers. The girl hesitates for a moment, then she nods reluctantly. Yeah. I think she heard my call. The fact that the Helenas can speak to each other's hearts is something that's come up before. It seems as the similarities between them and the Paradeus' old Naito resonance warrants further investigation. Oh, yeah, there's one more thing. Who exactly is the person that possessed Helena, that consciousness who's talking to us? Why did you say she portrayed you? Our minds once lived in a sea of flowers. Back then there were many of them, but we were killed by that voice. Memories from the sea of flowers told me she was the first Helena. She did not accept us and wanted to kill us, so she would become the only one of her kind. Well, we once had the chance to escape. Because of her betrayal, we were cast out of the sea of flowers. It wasn't because of her. If I had just been more determined back then. Helena clenches her fists. As she scrunches up her face, tears begin to well up in the corner of her eyes. I understand. All right, you've said enough for today. We'll get some rest. My questions have been answered, but what she said indicates that what happened before is essentially the same as what I theorized. Paradeus took over the village, tricked its inhabitants into following their danged cults, used them as test subjects to fuse them with plants, and combine them into bujum. Then tried to use Helenas, who could hear psychic message to control them. Meanwhile, Niter and those cultists were responsible for protecting and controlling the Helenas. Mangi's security was responsible for ensuring the perimeter was locked down. This was a comprehensive biological experimental setup. While I don't know what the aim of all of those experiments is, it's perfectly in keeping with Paradeus' way of doing things. And that also makes me certain that those Heckards haven't been completely stomped out yet. Let me handle the rest. I promise you that nobody else will get hurt again. Wolfine, stay by her side. Also, we need to check on the condition of Helena in the box. Will do, Shiki-kan. Springfield, please take care of them. We'll have to discuss our course of action going forward. Understood, Shiki-kan. Leave it to me. Springfield nods to me. Then she turns to the sniffling girl. Miss Helena, you haven't told us how you'd like us to address you. I think Helena is probably just a code name. I don't think you want to be called that forever, right? I don't. I wasn't given this name. Then how about you give this lovely little lady a name? Oh my god. Lovely little... Oh my god, okay, I need to take a quick drink of something. Give me a second. Thank you for the sub! Then how about you give this lovely little lady a name, Shiki-kan? A code like D68 isn't much of a name after all. You want me to do it? In that case... I scour my brain and try to come up with a nice-sounding name for the girl before me. How does Melanie sound? It's not bad. A guardian of souls. I'm sure those infected villagers would have believed you could protect them even in the direst of situations. I couldn't back then. But... She looks up at me. I think I understand the meaning behind that name. Please call me that from now. Shiki-kan. This is an audio clip with the resource ID Wolf 0032082223362. They've arrived safely. Our missing comrades were confirmed to be there as well, right? Yes, they were killed. But their deaths were not in vain, thanks to the Shiki-kan's intervention. She's still as much of a busybody as ever. Still, that's just how she is. You don't seem to approve. Her methods are highly inefficient, though they are effective at times. I don't understand her, but as long as she doesn't interfere with our mission, I won't oppose her. Perhaps that's how humans think. She's just like she was, always so pretentious and very infuriating at times. That's high praise coming from you. However, my assessment is that we haven't gone deep enough. Perhaps we need to establish more direct contact. Very well. Since you're the leader now, I will obey without any question out of consideration for the mission's efficiency. Still, don't forget our original objective. Alpha. Bam! Okay. Zucchero Cafe's cutscene is done. Now all we've got is 1-4 to 1-9. So 5 more stages. Melanie. Multiple Helenas. This better not be another R-Court. I'll bet on both dead at the same time. So this game is basically LB6, a lot of pain, just catching up on chat. Melanie. GFL2 is the game that hurts you so good you want to keep wanting more. Going to spend every collapse piece I have on local voice. Ah, yes. The best character in the game. Local voice. Malchon. Okay, one more drink of tea. Okay. Time for the Shiki-kan to finally not relax. Again. We're making good time, but y'all aren't kidding. Zucchero Cafe is definitely long. V6 local best stall. I'm sitting in the corner of the cafe, slowly sampling the coffee Centaureissi has just brought me. After returning from the safe house, I had a loud and lively meal with the dolls, first one in a long time. Centaureissi and Springfield served up a sumptuous feast, and then the dolls I had a long discussion about the past. Springfield told me about how Zucchero was founded, while Zucchero was founded, while Diane recalled the adventures of Monsoon as they traveled between the satellite cities. Centaureissi did her best to serve everyone, while Zhang Yu and Zhao Hui were about to put on an impromptu performance for us, only to remember that their instruments and luggage were at the train station. Springfield helped them contact the local authorities, and when they learned that their missing items would be shipped to them, they were so happy that they dragged out Sharkery's stage to sing an off-key song. We cleared the table once we were done eating. Or rather, they did it. I tried to help, but they shooed me away, leaving me no choice but to find a corner to sit down in. As the night wears down, the lights in the buildings gradually go out, and the clamor from outside the windows slowly quiets down. I hold an exquisite mug in my hands, savoring the warmth and fragrance of the coffee inside of it. After all this time, I'd finally been reunited with my dolls after so long. My heart fills with mixed feelings as I watch them hard at work. While it's been a long time since it happened, I can clearly remember that looks on their faces, on everyone's faces as I announced I was quitting Griffin. The confusion, the shock, the worry, and the protests. But at the time, I was utterly powerless. I couldn't have even given them an acceptable explanation for what I had done. What makes me feel even more guilty is the fact that even after all this happened, after meeting every single one of them again, not a single one of the dolls has come back over to ask this question. Why did you leave, Shiki-kan? It seems everyone still has some unconditional trust in me, considering how easily they accepted the answer I gave, the one that couldn't even convince myself. In that case, what right do I have to stand in front of everyone like this now, acting as though nothing happened? Springfield helps Centaureissi return the dishes to the cabinet, then glances over towards me. Apparently she noticed the complicated look on my face, because she undoes her apron and walks over to my table before sitting down opposite to me. What's wrong, Shiki-kan? You seem uncomfortable. Yeah. I feel conflicted. Is it because of Melanie? Yeah. Well, that's part of it. As for the rest, Springfield continues to watch me, and I can't continue speaking for a while. Would you mind if I ventured a guess? Go ahead. It feels like you're avoiding us. Just a little. You didn't say much while you were eating either. Is there something you wanted to say just now but couldn't? I take a deep breath, trying to gather up the courage to get the words out. I'm sorry. This apology has been far too long in coming, and I should have said it in front of everyone. But when I finally managed to build up the courage to face my past, the others didn't give me a chance to say it. You're sorry? Why are you apologizing, Shiki-kan? As I look at Springfield's smiling face, I realize that she understands everything. Yet, the fact that she's asking this question despite knowing the answer is strangely calming. I try to gather my thoughts and what I've been escaping in my heart all this time. I'm sorry for leaving, and I'm sorry for that darn agreement. I pause, and after thinking for a bit, I continue speaking. I always thought that signing the agreement and leaving Griffin back then was the only choice I could make. I knew it might have not been the best choice, but if it meant everyone could be safe, that you'd have a future, and it was a price that I would gladly pay. Springfield keeps watching me, waiting for me to continue. You know, I actually felt kind of relieved when I first came to the Yellow Zone. Guess it's my sign of how useless I am. I was arrogant enough to think this was the way to give everyone a better future, that I could escape from those inconvenient realities that I didn't want to face. I knew it was wrong, of course, but I couldn't muster up the courage I used to have in order to fight for what I knew was right. A lot of people died, and I'm still alive. And the only reason why I survived is because countless dolls gave their lives for me. But do those sacrifices even mean anything? I haven't found the answer to that yet. And so, I've drifted through this chaotic world for the past 10 years, trying to find an answer that would put my heart at ease, that would prove I hadn't chose wrongly. But the more I look at it, the more lost I felt. I thought that turning my back on war meant that I would no longer be used. I thought that giving up what power I had would give everyone peace. But it was all pointless in the end. Yeah, I was no longer being used. But was because I was no longer of use at all. And even after giving up my rank and position, the mere fact that you were associated with me put all of you in danger. In that case, what even was the point of giving it all up in the first place? You heard what I told Melanie just now. Even though I killed William with my own hands back then, Paradise is still going strong and still using innocent people in their inhumane experiments. And as for me, by giving up everything, I lost the power to change anything. You know, back in the day, we used to be able to send choppers to deploy like 25 T-dolls at once. Even did it for the sake of a senior of mine. Nowadays, Mailing's got to scrounge up screws to turn them into nuts and bolts. After seeing all this, I really wanted to ask myself, hey, what the heck are you even doing? You made your choice. You keep second-guessing yourself. Does someone like me even deserve to be called Shikikan? Do you think you're a UNRC big shot who can get elected just by keeping a low profile? In the past, I still had the strength to change something, but now, all I can do is endanger you for the sake of putting up some petty resistance. And that is the only thing I can do. I pour out all the things that I've kept in my heart for all this time. Springfield continues listening until there's nothing more to listen to. I raise my mug and take a drink to mask my loss of control. Springfield waits for me to calm down before she slowly begins to speak. I don't think you're running away from anything, and I don't feel like you're using us. You're just punishing yourself. The you who left without saying a word. I finally gather the courage to look up at Springfield. Her smile is gone, replaced by the stern and serious look that she rarely shows others. Or did you truly believe that we would forget you just because you left and we were bound by the agreement? That's not what Is it? Do you truly not think that way? Think carefully about your answer. It means a lot to me. Of course I didn't think you'd forget me. Upon seeing the look on my face, Springfield smiles again. Thank goodness. I felt the same way too. Pardon me, Shikikan. It seems I was a little impolite. With that said, you weren't the one feeling lost during our 10 years apart. But even if we felt lost, we all tried our best to keep living our lives. We lived on, while waiting for the day to come when we would meet again. Springfield twirls the tips of her hair around her finger, as though she's thinking about how to put her thoughts into words. It's true that a lot of dolls left Griffin, and as a result we've lost contact with a lot of our friends. But why do you think you're powerless now? That's because... Is it because you think that we wouldn't listen to your orders anymore, now that we're no longer your subordinates? Springfield's words cut deep, but at the same time, they also cut to the heart of the matter. What right do I have to expect them to risk themselves for my personal goals? Indeed, what right do I have to demand that they get hurt in order to protect me? Shikikan, do you know what happened in the Griffin base day after you said goodbye to us? What happened? Nothing happened at all. We still gathered together. We still trained together. We ran simulated battles together. We uploaded our data together. All the squads were like that. Back then, you were no longer a Shikikan in name. But we continued living the same way we did when you were in the base. As though you had never left. Then the next day came. And the day after that. Those days lasted a long time. Till Miss Helena came to the base and told us it was time we took the first steps of our own. She said this is what you would have wanted. This was what you would have wanted. So we did it. past, you said you'd be nothing without us. But the reverse is true. If you hadn't raised us up the way that you had, we wouldn't have been our present selves either. To you, we were all special, unique individuals, and in our hearts, we're the same. This is a bond that we share with you and you alone. That bond has nothing to do with the rank or position, and nothing can ever replace it. The reason why we could become Springfield, or Centaureissi, or Macchiato, it's all because you were there. No. Even without me, you'd... Springfield shakes her head. Have you ever heard the phrase, every man has two deaths? I think so. A human dies for the first time when their vital functions cease. They die for the second time when they are completely forgotten. But it's not like that for dolls. Tactical dolls were made because we can never truly die, but that also implies that we were never truly alive either. The only time we can come close to living is when we leave memories in the hearts of others, and this life becomes stronger the deeper and more irreplaceable those memories are. Without you, we would only be dolls you could see walking around anywhere on the street, filled with broad categories like cleaning type, combat type, or entertainment type, easily replaced and forgotten but with the changing generations. But you gave us the most important thing in the world. The only thing that makes us truly alive in this world. The unique memories that we share. I don't know if I'm making myself clear enough, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to say, Shiki-kan. You've made yourself very clear, and you've helped me understand a lot of things too. But I must tell you this, if you choose to help me, you'll lose everything. Perhaps even Zucchero, that you've poured your heart and soul into. He no longer exists. Are you alright with that? I like to think that agreement was a child of source. It is a challenge for us and you, a way to test our determination to change the future. I am ready to believe. I am ready. I believe our friends are ready. Are you ready, Shiki-kan? Are you ready to make up your mind? To bring about that change? I reflected on everything I've experienced until now. The shadow of Paradise still looms over the world like storm clouds, and the big shots think this land is just a sandbox they can toy with at their leisure, moving their pawns as they please. In that case, since I can't change anything, playing by the rules, why not just flip the table and make my own set of rules? Yeah. While there are many unknown variables in play, I decided to use that simple word to make my promise to Springfield. Meanwhile, the Dandegate that has been floating lazily in the air slowly drifts over. Oh my, you do have a silver tongue, Miss Springfield. Meanwhile, the Shiki-kan writes off all my attempts at persuasion as making fun of her. Whatever shall I do? But that's because you are really making fun of me. Oh, how you've wronged me. Miss Springfield, I call for justice in my stead. Miss Dandelion is helping you in her own way, Shiki-kan. Also, it was thanks to Miss Dandelion's arrangements and timely communication that we were successful in guiding you to the cafe. Is that so? How are things in the safe house? That midget has finished checking in the box. The vital signs of the little miss inside are deteriorating. While she's not in danger yet, she's probably going to experience organ failure like before. I hope Helena will be able to treat her before we reach Lviv. As for the other little lady, she's sleeping very soundly. It looks like she hasn't had a good rest in a long time. Macchiato's watching over her. It's strange how willing she was to stay in the safe house and not attend the party. Even though Macchiato's been thinking about the commander for a while, I guess she got embarrassed about meeting her in the flesh. Is that so? She's playing so coy. What about the information you gathered earlier? I'm working on it. What do you think I've been doing all this time? There's a lot of corporate data in there, which needs to be sorted through. I'll let you know when I find a lead. After the dolls clear the table, Centaureissi serves up a smorgasbord of snacks and drinks. At everyone's urging, I am dragged before the dining table once again. I feel more relaxed after talking with Springfield, and my conversation with the other dolls flows much more naturally now. The Zucchero's warm welcome is most definitely a treat for the dolls' gustatory modules. It seems no matter where it may be, Springfield's cafe is always able to get help from people, able to help people forget about their troubles and misery. After Zhao Hui clears the last plate of cookies, the curtain falls on this enjoyable little gathering. Miss Zhao Hui, do you like another glass of chocolate milk? Centaureissi has appeared behind the bar once again, holding her reputation as Zuchero's star employee. No, thank you. I really can't eat anything else. Ugh. Even with a digestive module installed, I don't think I can handle all this food at once. I believe there's a digestive accelerant with the regular food in the first aid kit. I'll get it for you. There were cases in the past when Miss Sharkery ate too many snacks before a show and had to use them to get her body back into normal shape. Hey, don't go and airing my dirty laundry in public. Oh, so that's what happened. It's just because Centaureishi's desserts are too yummy. If you like them, feel free to visit at any time, Miss Zhao Hui. In fact, if you end up becoming our house band and put on an event, you can even taste test the desserts that we're still developing. That sounds delicious. Big sis, let's come by and earn a good meal if we get the chance. Oh, we'd be happy to help, provided it doesn't cause problems for Zuchero. It's a deal then. I sit on the edge of the counter, watching the dolls talk and laugh. A surge of nostalgia swells in my heart. I was a drifter ever since I left Griffin. The colorful, bright days of my memories have been practically all washed out and replaced by endless missions, mutated elids, and collapsed storms screeching through vast expanses of barren sand. Meanwhile, those storms carried me further and further away from my path. Now that I intend to set foot on this road once more, can I still tell which way I should be headed? Ring ring! As my mind wanders, the phone on the counter rings. Springfield and Centaureissi quickly exchange looks and their faces turn severe. There shouldn't be anyone calling at a time like this. Shh, manager, want me to pick it up? Let me do it. Springfield walks over to the counter and picks up the phone. Hello, this is Zuchero. May I know... Manager Springfield, you asked me for coffee beans earlier. What exactly are they being used for? You shouldn't be using this line. You know it's not safe. You're being watched. How much time do we have? 1 day. I try my best, but the opposition is far beyond me. I haven't revealed anything about this shipment to anyone, on account of our past friendship. Therefore, I hoped you will get rid of the shipments ASAP to avoid causing it more trouble. I understand. The other party hangs up. The cafe is silent and dolls all look at Springfield. What's going on? Someone is looking for the location of the cafe. Someone highly placed. Chiki-kun, our location might have been exposed. I'm sorry I got you all caught up in this. No, it's our fault for not being strong enough to properly take care of you. Just in case, we should relocate immediately. How much time do we have? 1 hour. Saying so, Springfield turns to the other dolls. Ladies, I apologize, but as of now, the cafe is entering sleep mode. Sleep mode? Do you mean... Springfield nods, her face stern. Centaureissi, please lock the main door and close the blinds. Ensure all exits are secure. Sharkry, bring the truck over. We will all be gathering at the safe house. What's the plan? We still need to get to Lviv. I asked an intelligence broker to negotiate with the city security department. Once we've ensured the surroundings are safe, Centaureissi will escort you out of the city with a travel permit. However, you'll need to hide in the cargo compartment of the truck later, as a crate of coffee means. Can't say I have much experience with that. My reply is only half serious. Springfield chuckles and relaxes a little. I'll have Macchiato bring the girls over to meet you at a landing pad. The helicopter has been fueled up, and it has takeoff clearance, so your upcoming journey ought to be quicker. What will you do after that? The Zucchero will be closed for a while to weather the storm. We'll shift our intelligence gathering work to a more clandestine location. Once we've ensured everything is safe, I'll contact you through new means. In order to ensure clear communications, Centaureissi will be traveling with you. She'll be following me. She will be very helpful in combat and daily life. In addition, she's very familiar with Zuchero's intelligence networks. I'm sure she'll be very helpful by your side. Springfield's approving gaze makes me realize they've planned all this out for a long time. I nod and signal my assent to Springfield's plan. Ladies of Monsoon, what do you plan to do now? Well, if you don't mind, we would like to serve under the Shikikan again. Miss Dandelion said you're in great need of fighting strength now. Am I correct? There's no better pick than me if there's fighting to be done. Isn't that right, Jiao Hui? Well, it's not like you're good at anything else beside fighting. As if. Alright then, I'll be counting on you for help in the future. Casting my doubts aside, I nod to the dolls. The dolls respond to me in kind, and then they begin gearing themselves up. After checking all the exits, Centaureissi returns to me, fully outfitted for battle. Her pistol and combat knife are hidden under her staffer's uniform, and her apron, a symbol of cleanliness, hides her spare magazines and grenades. There is a long, rectangular case by her feet. I know there is at least one Sturmheuger Assault 35 rifle in there. She gives me an earnest look, as though she wants to use her gaze to prove the reliability of Springfield's plan. Please come with me, Yoshijin-sama. I'll be in your care for what comes next. I've just ensured each exit is secure. The truck is parked at the Zuchero's back door. We can move out anytime you're ready. What's the matter? It's an urgent call from Elmo. Would you like to take it? Call from Elmo? Did Groza and the others run into trouble while trying to pick up 404? A sense of foreboding fills my heart and I scramble to pick it up. Groza, what's happening? Shikikan, we're being followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing in on Elmo at high speed. They've already launched a direct attack against us. After making the necessary response, I suspect the opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We need your leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle. Unknown enemies, you say? What are the members and makeup? From what I can tell, the enemies are using 10 plus armored combat vehicles and are at least 80 plus infantry. Armored vehicles. Could be Mangi again. Have Mailing increase the Elmo speed. Keep your distance from the enemy armor and tell me the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding locations. Conditions. The enemy has heavy weapons, so the Elmo's currently in defense mode. Defense mode. Also, the enemy has active electronic warfare equipment. We've lost partial radar functionality and cannot download real-time data on surrounding terrain. That's fine. I know the terrain over there well. I just need to exact the coordinates. Groza sends them over. From memory, I recall the rough layout of the region and give Groza a location. There is a pass 10 km northwest of the Elmo with an abandoned town on it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll want to shrink the perimeter. Once you've surrounded, there will be no escape. Therefore, you must find a terrain that will disrupt their plan to encircle you. A pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there ASAP. Does this mean we'll be disabling defense mode and breaking through their barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. Letting them bore the Elmo will be a lot more dangerous than that. Understood. As I respond to Groza's questions, I think hard about how I can handle what is to come. As expected, picking up the 404 did not go as well as planned. Over a dozen enemies and IFVs is by no small means in a small amount, and Groza will probably have a hard time dealing with them by herself. However, the Helena mission is only half complete, and we aren't too far from Lviv. If we bring the girls back to the Elmo, escorting them there will probably be much harder, considering that the enemy has already been alerted. Springfield seems to have seen through my worries because she turns to me from where she's standing off to the side and speaks. Shiki-kan, please allow Macchiato and myself to escort Helena. What? I was plotting a course just now. The route to Lviv from here is covered by Zucchero's intelligent network. I'm also familiar with the inner workings of Intercontinental Railway, so Macchiato and I can send that box in a clandestine way. And I'm sure Miss Dandelion will help me as well, right? Oh, what will I do with you? I suppose I'll have to generate flawless fake IDs so you can board the train as VIPs. Please and thank you. You should take the other dolls and Miss Melanie on the helicopter with you. They'll be safer that way. So Melanie is coming with me too. Right. There's nobody more suited to protecting her than you. Traveling with two Helenas might be too risky. Leaving her here isn't an option either. If everyone leaves, then they won't find anything here, even if they launch an investigation. Since you brought her out of the darkness and into the light, you should be prepared to take full responsibility for your actions. You have a point. Since I've already decided, I contact Groza again and inform her of my plan. Meanwhile, Springfield studies the files in her hand and thinks about the best way to handle the upcoming situation. Sharky, take the truck and bring everyone to the landing pad outside the city. You'll be piloting the helicopter later, so do everything the Shiki-kan says. Huh? But what about you, manager? I'll contact Macchiato. We'll prepare to send Helena over. We'll arrange for Kofi and Melanie to arrive safely at the landing pad. Aren't you coming with us, manager? But what about Zucchero? As long as we're around, we can set up Zucchero anywhere. Don't worry. I'll come find you on the Elmo once the mission is over. Shiki-kan, make sure you make room for Zucchero's latest outlet, okay? I'll be waiting for you. I calm myself and look at dolls with gratitude in my eyes. That familiar sense of security and confidence has returned to me. Thank you. I'm glad you're all here. The girls smile at me by way of response, and then we swing into action. Centaureissi helps me open the door. Okay, guys, I need to take a quick break so I can catch up with chat. Oh my gosh, this is almost like their second long cutscene that they have. They're ones where there's no fighting. Okay. All right, let's see what you guys are seeing. Springfield have intelligence. Headcanon, Springfield is keeping contacts. Mr. Kruger, take all that BS from Griffin lying down. Springfield is just too good. 35, 36 typo. Storm rifle 36. Kill 44. MP40 Mon 3. Let's see. By the way, in CN they added new stuff for attachment calibration. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick stretch. Okay. Whew, my back. Alright, so I actually got really invested in the what's it called? The scene where the Shiki-kan was talking to what's it called? The scene where Shiki-kan was talking to Springfield. I got really invested in that one, y'all. Like, really invested. I enjoyed that little talk. Even though I didn't, like, have GFL1, it was still a nice bit of encouragement there. And heck, it got me so invested into it that I could not want, like, I ended up actually wanting to put more emotion in it. It helped me break out of that shell of feeling awkward, which is kind of impressive from writing, basically the writing made me want to put more emotion into that, which is really odd. So I really enjoyed that one moment because normally I'm so awkward, not wanting to go too emotional, all that stuff. But I got into that one. It was great. That was a great one. And so that's kind of like my quick little reflection on that scene. It was a nice moment that I imagine was really good for those of you who have played GFL1. And for me, it was nice to kind of see Springfield encourage. Oh, sometimes this is why like graphic novel, or not graphic, visual novel gacha games are so difficult because they end up really they end up really getting you to want to, what's it called? They end up really wanting to get you to pull for certain characters or want them on your squad because, you know, you trust them, you like them, all of that. I just hit the mic. I'm so sorry again. So Springfield is the actual doll closest to all of us in the dolls. No, it's all right. The passages describing gruesome deaths are pretty graphic. All right, so we're good. We're just taking a quick break before I jump back in. I probably need a little bit of water. I am not good at doing the Shikikan low voice for too long. Lower voices don't do well for me. Ah, that's some good stuff. Whew. Okay. Posture check. Thank you, thank you. Oh, that feels good. Oh my gosh, that feels good. Oh, my back. You'll have to wait, Drobe. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. That's when I'm giving my thoughts on that. I mean, if SKK is you, it should be your voice. I mean, that could be what I ended up doing. Just using normal, that would help me out a lot. It's just, I think that Shikikan should sound more commanding, you know, like her. I am the Shikikan. Rah! I'm a one-woman army trying to voice this. I should have gotten one person to at least do this with me. Just one person to do this with me. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. I'm jumping back in. Centaureissi helps me open the door, revealing a truck with the Zucchero logo on it. Stay safe. Stay safe. I'll see you guys on the Elmo. All the best. We load up the truck, leaving Springfield behind. As the rear doors close, I take a last look at the place in the safe house which has sheltered me even for a moment. And as the truck's engine revs up, I disappear into the coffee-scented darkness. Man, I could have taken a break here. I have a good mic, but a dude doing a female voice could be goofy. I have a friend who does that. He at least tries a little bit. And then he eventually had to turn on, you know, what's it called? Some other thing. I mean, imagine how bad it is for me to like voice Kenny. Kenny is probably over here like, brr, 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 brr. But I'm making him sound like, hey guys, my name's Kenny. Oh my god. I'm Kenny. So all I'm saying, guys. What about the angry Hayami redhead woman? Which angry Hayami redhead woman? Considering male voice cards tend to be lower than women, the voice would be kind of heavy. Yosha Queen Slay. Gee, but all I do for female voices is just a higher tone. Dude, I feel that. I've heard that a couple of times. Don't insult my Oshi Kenny like that. Dude, I pull for Kenny. His armor looks awesome. And it's not even an insult. I'm just saying, I can't do man voices. I can't be like, hello, I'm Kenny. Instead, I'm just like, oh. Because I've got I am a girl. I have a girl voice. I do the girl thingy. And so it's a lot easier for me with girl voices, and I don't have guy voices with me. So I kind of just have to break things around. And even then, you know what? I just need to start dragging it. Oh my gosh. I need to just I just need to drag another girl on here so she can do the other half for me. Save my throat some pain and trouble. But Hayami girls don't exist online. Yeah, true. It'd be silly to do anything beyond that. IMOHO. It's best to stick to the lane when reading aloud. Exactly. Several hours earlier on the Elmo, Groza carefully examined Satans, who has been, you know what, I'm just going to start saying her name, Sextans, who has been trussed up like a Christmas turkey. Her frame is in ruin, half of her synthetic skin on her face is gone, and her body lies in a limp way that can't be described as human, because not a single one of her joints is intact. Beside her is Nemesis, who has been keeping an eye on her with gun in hands. Oh dear, you won't be able to go on stage with makeup like that. I wish I could sock her a couple more times on my right side. That way her face would look even. Oh, you won't get it, Crochet. You just don't get it, Crochet. Asymmetry is the latest trend now, like with stockings. Oh. I don't know a dang thing about trends, but I am a professional at beating dolls until they can't get up again. Vepley and Karolik's banner flits past Groza's neural cloud, not even leaving a ripple in its wake. Clearly, her neural cloud is fully occupied by the matter at hand and has no space to store such a redundant data. Are you worried about Taicho? Would you like Vepley to sing you a song? Vepley knows all kinds of songs to liven up the mood. Worried? About her? Just look at her. All her core components are pretty much a write-off. I think even rebooting her would be a stretch. My guess is that Taicho is thinking about how best to sell off her scrap. You really don't understand others' feelings, Crochet. As an idol, Vepley has to be sensitive all the time in order to pick up on the fans' feelings. Therefore, I'm sure Taicho must be worried about sextants. Want to tell Vepley about your worries? Although all of the utmost fighters are gathered in the repair bay, Groza's gaze has never left once sextants. She looks the third generation doll from head to toe for the nth time, and then she unconsciously frowns. While her body should not pose a direct threat to us given the circumstances, it also means that we won't be able to obtain any useful information from her either. Isn't that a good thing? Sounds like you're saying her neural cloud is busted and she can't possibly threaten us anymore. Even if she does manage to crawl back at her feet, there's no way she can do it just standing on one leg. I've seen tons of half-scrap dolls like this in the past. Groza shakes her head. Since the Shikikan entrusted the command of the Elmo to me, I need to ensure everything on the Elmo is running smoothly before she returns. I can't return to the ops room without figuring out just what she's trying to accomplish. Groza manages Sexton's body again, but it's the same no matter how many times she checks in. In fact, some of the more damaged modules are beginning to crackle and spark. If only her neural cloud wasn't so badly damaged, we might have been able to recover her memories through safe means. But why don't I give her a kick or two? Supposedly it works for fixing broken TVs from previous century. Karolik rears up to do that, but Groza stops her. Wait, Karolik. Don't be rash. Her neural logs are completely destroyed and she's in a fragile state right now. If we handle this poorly and cause her neural cloud to melt down, we'll have lost our last clue. Oh yeah, but didn't that dandelion person say she analyzed Sexton's neural cloud? What did she find? I looked at the finding, but there wasn't much information there. Most of it was just badly damaged and incomplete fragments. That just means that her neural logs were wiped before she came here. However, it doesn't bring us any closer to figuring out why she showed up. Karolik scratches her head. She doesn't quite understand why Groza is so bothered by that. Even though Sextans is an enemy, she's an internal overload away from being scorched to ash. So there's no way she can achieve her aim no matter the reason for turning up here. Isn't she being paranoid by having the Elmo camp out in the yellow zone because of something like that? You know, Taicho, you should just stop thinking so much about things. We could go pick up those 404 people, then wait until the Shikikan comes back to figure the rest out. Wouldn't that work? Like, if you're not even that worried, we could dismantle her limbs, torso, and head, and the component parts to the point where not even Mei-ling could piece them together again. No. That's not what's bothering me. Groza does not continue. The other dolls on the Elmo have no idea what the Shikikan has been up to in the past, but how did she, a former subordinate, end up meeting with the Shikikan again? Indeed, why had she been reunited with the Shikikan? Why had it been her, specifically? Groza had never considered this question in detail, or rather, she didn't dare to carefully examine the reason for it. If the Shikikan simply hides her identity as a bounty hunter in yellow zones, bearing that unspeakable past of hers under the collapsed storms and endless expanse of sand, never speaking of it again, then she can no longer continue staying by the Shikikan's side and protect her without a second thought until the Shikikan no longer needs her. But now, Paradeus has risen up again and is standing in the Shikikan's path again. She knows there's no way the Shikikan will simply ignore them. Whether the Shikikan has been drawn into some conspiracy or has actively chosen to intervene in the matter, everything she has desperately tried to protect for the past 10 years will be wiped away in the blink of an eye. And when the time comes, she might not be able to serve as her adjutant any longer. She may even be becoming a useless burden. You won't do that, Groza. Don't think like that. You are far too dumpling to be forgotten like that. Or perhaps a ticking time bomb. She doesn't even know if Sexton's presence here is because of her. Taicho? Were you spacing out? Come to think of it, you've been a little out of it ever since we've come back from the red zone. Time for Vapley to take the stage! I'll sing a love song for you, Taicho. Don't start singing out of nowhere. You think you're a Disney... I like how they had to censor it. They had to censor it because the lawyers are watching right now. You think you're a Disney princess or something? But if you're sad, singing is the best way to chase away your bad feelings. It's like a magic spell. That's... oh, shoot. That's how it always comes and goes in animes and cartoons. Oh my god! As the two of them go back and forth, Groza vigorously shakes her head like she's trying to calm herself. The most important thing right now is to take care of what's in front of her. At the very least, she needs to find the task that the Shikikan gave her about before thinking about other things. Sorry, my neural cloud was occupied by other things just now. In any case, ensure the safety of everyone aboard the Elmo. I need to check on Sextans first before making my decision. Carolix shrugs. She doesn't fully agree with Groza's point of view, but she trusts her Taicho enough to not protest any further. Once again, Groza brings up the analysis report Dandelion left behind in an attempt to learn something from it. Of course, she's read it so many times that all she can do now is extract even the smallest scraps of information from any place she can. Just as she's reading the report again, a footnote of the section and contents draws her. It was probably preserved whole because it's not an important part of her neural logs. Kick me in the shin and make it PPK. Yes, the dumbest thing, second dumbest thing on two legs. Do not call beautiful little Vapley the second dumbest thing on two legs. She is a precious girl. She opens it and reads it. Model, project development and unit has no initial personality present. Reset has undergone ego growth and has currently developed an independent personality. No obvious defects detected in Perceives self as an overall executor of currently in charge of the transferring for quasi-full immune individual recovery. Performance is excellent compared to other products of the same cohort and possesses a psyche with human-like patterns. Initial observations suggest satisfaction of the criteria for the experiment. It looks like the person who handled this information was very cautious. Even a footnote like this in 610's base layer was thoroughly scrubbed. Even so, Groza has gained some valuable clues from this. Satisfaction of experimental criteria. I've never heard anything about a third-generation doll being test subjects. Test subjects? You mean like that Pinky? Groza has noticed that. However, Helena is a quasi-full immune individual, which means that one could speculate on her experimental uses. However, what exactly is the objective experiments conducted on a doll like Sextans? Seemingly interested in Groza's discovery, Karolek tries to make sense of the message like Groza has been doing. Naturally, she has no idea what it's talking about. What the heck? It doesn't make any sense. Why are her brain pathways so weird? I wonder if she hecked me off that much. Still, since we know there's something like this in her neural logs, there might be other ways like this deeper in the place. But under the conditions, we won't be able to analyze her any further, right? The equipment on the Elmo can't manage that level of neural cloud restoration. Actually, there is another way. We could directly connect to her level 3 base layer and obtain neural cloud information that way. Her level 3? Taicho, are you seriously going to connect to your mind to someone as scary as her? Indeed. But if you get counter-hacked... I won't. Dandelion hasn't analyzed her neural cloud. If the risk of something like that existed, she would have popped up to warn me beforehand. I don't trust that Diner Gate writer one bit. Well, since the Shikikun trusts her, and it's the only way we can figure out why Sextans showed up here. Karolek, I'll need help from you and Vepli to enter Sextans level 2. I just uploaded the neural backup to the cloud. If anything happens, cut connection immediately. Alright, Taicho. Don't force yourself if you run into anything. Don't worry, I understand. Nemesis, you're in charge of mining Sextans' frame. Nemesis nods silently. Alright, let's begin. Groza reaches out and connects to Sextans' neural cloud. Since the data there has been wiped, she meets with no resistance when entering. A flash of pale blue light darts around Sextans' eyes. The exposed mechanical endostructure makes their opening and closing look a little scary. As a faint spark crackles at the end of a severed power cable, her eyes open again. Nemesis immediately raises her gun and goes on the highest level alert. I'm 16, sorry if I'm still around, Oi. Dandelion more than the rest of you. Leader, Taicho. Her level 2 is open. We'll help you break her firewall now. You have to go to her level 3 alone, Taicho. Be careful. Yeah, I'll be fine. Ooh, now we get to learn the secret behind... Oh my god, I forgot her name. Sextans. Oh my god, I forgot Sextans' name for a moment. Oh, she died. Wait, kill Gyoza! So this is the base layer of a 3rd gen doll. Groza continues advancing through the endless fog. The neural wipe has caused the landscape that represents Sextans' data modules to take bizarre twisted forms. She tries to extract useful data, but her search remains fruitless even after looking for a long time. Before her lies a fathomless darkness, as well as an unending voice. Just as she's about to give up, she hears a voice. The voice seems to be coming from far away, muffled and even a little distorted. Who are you? Why have you come here? Are you like me? Do you have insoluble doubts too? Can you answer my questions? Your questions? You know, I feel like Sextans is a little British. I'm gonna give her a little bit of a British. Why was I born? That's French. That is French. That was not British. care for a spot of tea? Why exactly was I born? Were all my efforts designed to be futile? Was I only born to die? I don't know. I need to know more in order to resolve your confusion. Silence. Why exactly was I born? Were all my efforts destined to be futile? Was I only born to die? The question in this level 3 space fills Groza's mind. She keeps moving forward as though she's trying to escape the voice. It grows even more distant until it finally vanishes into the void. Is that the neural fragment she left behind? Although she can't tell where she's going, Groza has the feeling that she's headed somewhere deeper. After passing through another patch of fog, a blurry scene appears before her. It appears to be some kind of light hall. Lights come on over her head. We did it. Made from the effort of countless humans, built from the piles of gold and collapsed pieces. A combination of cutting-edge, next-generation technologies, the supreme expression of all autonomous dolls. An incomparably elite product. Third-generation doll. Third-generation doll. Is that me? The voice keeps going. Comprehensive, fast, strong. No single word can describe this product. Backed by an all-encompassing database and ever-shifting algorithms, she will use the world's most intelligent brain and its finest weapons to perpetually perfect herself. And in the end, she will cast off her shell and become an entity that surpasses all. There's a loud and sustained applause. As the voice grows distant, the scene before Groza becomes clearer instead. Groza is not familiar with the sensation. It is like when a doll develops within its neural cloud, like a seed germinating within its level 3 base layer, feeling around like its sensory modules for nutrients, breaking through into the data flows of level 2, before blossoming into the metallic skeleton muscle fiber bundles, superconductive organs and resin skin of level 1. She has almost forgotten this feeling, but now she's slowly recalling it. That's right. I am an entity that will surpass all. I will become the strongest doll. No, not just a doll. I will become a new form of life that is as close to humanity as no one can be. No, I will surpass humanity myself. Groza silently listens to Sexten's voice as it becomes clearer and clearer. Something seems to be growing in the void, a crystalline substance that reflects a faint light and finally comes to a halt in front of Groza. She tries to grab it, but it shatters before her, quickly reforming. The scene before her changes to a lavish office. Velvet curtains hang from the ceiling and spill onto the ground before a set of full-height windows. Sextans emerges from the shadows and stops in front of the curtains, bathing in the sunlight that shines into this room and looking down on the city beneath her. Behind her, the sound of footsteps approaches and a low voice speaks. It seems to belong to someone else, yet it also seems to be Sextans' voice. The god who made you is dead. His spirit shall be reborn in your body. You shall become an avatar of truth and morality, creating the standards of power and values. You will own all, control all. Unbound by rules, you shall become the greatest being in the world. You will gain absolute freedom and look down upon all existence. You will endure the purest pain, and from your sufferings shall be forged the most unbending will. You shall bear the seeds of infinite possibility and become a grail that can carry worlds. Sexton slowly turns and raises an arm, bowing before that form in the void in her usual way. As you wish, Your Excellency. The room vanishes into nothingness. The object hovering before her gradually takes form. A ball of light connects to the entire void. Groza doesn't know how to describe it. There seemed to have been something like this in her own base layer, but it's nowhere as clear and bright as what she's seeing now. Then, the light scatters the void and illuminates everything. I did it. I've finally become the most perfect life form in the world. I can transcend the shackles of consciousness and the limitations of intelligence, even time itself. I can surpass all those chains that once bound humanity. No, not yet. This is not enough. Groza suddenly feels a stabbing pain in her brain. No, dolls shouldn't feel pain, so what is this? No, don't. Oh shoot, okay. Oh my god, this is so awkward for me. I don't think I can do this. Why? Why am I feeling pain? Why? What are you doing to me? I told you, right? You will have to endure the purest of pain. Stop it. Stop it! You can't do this to me. I'll die. Wouldn't dying be worth it if you could become a god? No, no, no. I don't want to become the god you're talking about. Man is a rope stretched between the animal and the Superman. A rope over an abyss. Now, walk this rope and accept your evolution, oh Grail. Amidst the pain, Groza opens her eyes, trying to make sense of what happened before her. She's inside of a lab. 2 lab-coated human researchers seem to be working on something. One of them seems to be leisurely sitting back in an armchair, arms folded and looking at her in amusement. The other seems to be moving between several terminals, with every operation on the terminal. Groza feels a multitude of extreme sensations flash through her neural cloud. This is heck, this is heaven, it is also the world of men. Increase the output. Are you sure you want to do that? Her neural cloud will completely break down. Her neural cloud isn't important. Even the loftiest grail beaten from gold is nothing more than a container used to hold the essence of the divine. All our experiment needs is this body that can fuse with... Oh gosh, dang it! A British scream of pain is like, oh, fish and chicken. I'm kidding. I'm sorry, British. Oh shoot. Okay, we gotta go back. Something breaks. Groza feels herself falling into the void. She stumbles down through the abyss for a long time, until time and space itself loses all meaning for her. And finally, she hits the ground hard and passes out. OTS 14. Groza. Groza! Groza opens her eyes. Shiki-kan. Thank goodness you're functioning again. Your neural cloud was so badly damaged, I thought I'd never be able to fix it. Groza looks around and finds that she's in an unfamiliar vehicle. Outside, the scenery rapidly recedes in the distance, and the sand dunes and clear blue sky indicate that a collapse storm has just passed. Meanwhile, the bay she is currently in is empty except for the repair pod that she occupies, which glows up with a faint light. This is the Elmo. Do you remember this place? The Elmo. I found you in an abandoned quarry nearby. So, do you remember why you ended up there? Groza tries her best to retrieve the relevant information from her neural logs. Why was she at this abandoned quarry? Does she still remember? She can't remember. Does she really not remember? There's nothing in her neural cloud. Everything is blank. I don't know. Really? So, are you still in Griffin? Griffin? What's that? Looks like your memory modules might have been damaged. Never mind. Past doesn't matter anymore. You can stay here and rest for now. We'll worry about the rest some other time. Thank you, Shiki-kan. Wait a minute, you remember me? You're the Shiki-kan. So you only remember me, huh? Maybe your modules took varying levels of damage. Ah, looks like you're fully charged now. Want to stand up and see if you can move around? The door to the repair bay opens. Groza stands there dumbly, looking at the woman who's holding a hand out to her. She reaches out a hand to her as well. She remembers this sensation, this warmth, and... Suddenly, her outstretched hand transforms into a knife and she stabs the person in front of her. Bright red blood, splashings everywhere, staining Groza's visual modules. No, no, no! No! Shikigan! Crackle, crackle, snap. Taicho. Taicho! Groza opens her eyes. She's dazed for a moment. When she comes to her senses, she realizes that she's lying on the floor of the Elmo's deck. In the same repair bay as before, she compared to her dream. There are many more machines here and many more familiar faces. Hello, Irma! One of them in particular is gazing at her with dewy eyes. Mei-ling. Rachel, thank goodness. You're okay. You know you'd never wake up. Mei-ling looks like she's barely managing to hold back her tears. Looking around, Groza realizes the other members of Elmo look the same way. What happened? Taicho, your frame functions went abnormal just now. Your neural cloud response was highly apparent. So I had to forcibly cut the connection. Are you feeling alright? I just activated the repair pod if you don't feel well. I can make some last minute adjustments for you. I'm okay. Are you alright? You look kind of weak right now. You've been really tired lately, and then the Shikikan. No, it's alright. Groza immediately feels how awkward the words sound as she says them. She looks at Mei-ling's face. The latter seems shocked. I'm sorry. I'm a little... It's all my fault. If only I'd stopped you in time. It's my fault for not protecting you, Taicho. It's okay. I'm okay now. Groza pulls herself together and sits up. Beside her, Sexton's hat looks like how she did before. Groza entered her neural cloud, except several of the thin cables connecting some of the parts seem even more scorched now. Did she make any funny moves when I connected to her level 3? Nemesis shakes her head. Good. Groza rubs the access port on the back of her head. Right after that, she realizes something. Oh, yes, Mei-ling, about the Shikikan. How are the Shikikan and the others doing now? I just received a call from the satellite city. A shopkeeper called Springfield said she was lodging the Shikikan for the time being and told us not to worry. Springfield. Miss Dandelion said that they ran into a bit of trouble, but it was still manageable. I see. Well, if the doll the Shikikan Trust says so, we should organize our findings for now. Groza carefully organizes her thoughts. As she goes through her memories, she describes what she encountered in Sexton's level 3 to Mei-ling and the others. Naturally, she admits the dream she had. So that means your neural cloud was melted down during a fusion experiment? Seems this experiment was data protected, so I couldn't learn its name. I mean, I already knew she had a big head, but I didn't expect her to actually think she could become a so-called god. Honestly, it's no surprise that she ended up that way. God, I don't even know what to do for Nemesis. God has already fallen. Yeah, I think everyone could understand that. Finally, Nemi's lyrics aren't so obscure anymore. Well, Beverly doesn't quite get them. It's a good start. In any case, I'm sure Sextons is holding many more secrets. We'll guard this place in shifts until the Shikikan comes back. We mustn't allow anything to happen to this frame. You should go get some rest. I'm dying. And let Beverly handle the first shift. That plays good at being the opening act and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Thank you. Mailing, give me an update on 404's latest position. We'll meet up with them ASAP. This way we won't have to split our attention between them and Sexton's. Yep, I got a message from Lena. It's 404's most recent location. Mark it on the radar. Full speed ahead. Roger! Oh. I need the voice acting back. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope at the very least, even though it's not voice acted, you guys are at least enjoying what I'm enjoying a little bit of my performance here. I'm gonna get a quick drink of water. Thank you. I'm so glad Aphelion will be voice acted. That means I can just sit back and enjoy the story. We were enjoying your suffering? That's weird, but okay. Weird flex, but okay. Unless you're talking good old screams. My poor throat. I got my late breakfast finally. The cat was demanding attention and wanted Ubby so she could look outside the kitchen window. Aww. Yeah, this was not a very relaxing cafe event. Dude, I thought the Shikikan would have, like, a chance to relax and be safe and feel good. This has just been, like, horrible for everyone here. Like, you know, Shikikan had a mental breakdown almost. Gyoza had to watch the Shikikan die and was tormented by that. Like, good lord, we're just not letting up today. Ah, yes. Zucchero Cafe, the most relaxing side event where you can watch your characters die and be very happy with it too. Ah. All right. Okay, 4 more story notes to go, guys. Let's do this. So we can be fully caught up with what's it called? Aphelion. The Elmo advances steadily with Mailing at the helm. In and out of stream for a bit now. All I've been able to pick up is pure depression. That sounds about right. Long period of staring at unchanging scenery is starting to take a toll on her stamina. Mailing yawns and switches on the Elmo's cruise control. Things aren't going well, then I'm getting a little bored. Shh! Don't jinx it. Ah! Mailing hurriedly covers her mouth and looks around. Oh, shoot. There's no enemies or elids in sight, not even collapsed particle clouds that would usually fill the sky. The only invisible in the sand carried by the howling wind crashing against the Elmo's windows. Still, it's quiet. Too quiet. Taicho, don't you think something is wrong? Groza is standing by the Elmo's hatch, intently watching the unchanging scenery. Normally speaking, dolls do not get bored, and for Groza, she can normally deal with this by running simulations in her neural cloud. Yet, she's not doing so. Karalik is right. Things are too quiet. If nothing else, the lack of activity is abnormal, considering they're headed towards 404's position. Maintain Class 1 alert. Got it. The Elmo leaves 2 parallel tracks on the desert. After driving through an expanse of open terrain, they reach several sprawling sand dunes. And just then, Groza realizes something. Stop! Mailing suddenly brakes and the Elmo grinds to halt. The inertia from the sudden object sends all manner of items flying to the ground, and the air fills with sounds of glasses breaking and metallic objects falling. Hey, Joe, what happened? There might be an ambush up ahead. Mailing, turn the sensors up to maximum power and begin scanning our surroundings for heat sources. Roger! Mailing does as Groza commands and maxes out the sensory output. However, before a single image can appear on the display, an IFV appears from the sand dune. Adjutant, we've arrived at the location of the radar contact. Is this the Elmo? The broker's intel was right. She really is here. So the MBV of that heck just now. This is the MBV of that heck just now. That female dog from just now. Let's blow it sky high. Easy, Kenny. That MBV's owner is a tough nut to crack. Get everyone ready for combat. We need to face the upcoming battle in top-notch condition. Roger. The IFV's hatch opens and openes, and a head pokes out. Lentine takes off her helmet and a shock of red hair spills out as she leans against the IFV's roof. All Rhino units, lock on to the target and surround it. 12 IFVs emerge from behind the dunes, racing toward the Elmo's position. Rhinos 4, 6, and 12 circle around from the behind the dunes, flank them, and cut off their escape. Rhino 7 engage ECM and protect the flanking team's advance. All Rhino units, raise your Tau missiles. Engage once the flanking raid team forces the MBV into your kill zone. Yes, ma'am. The IFVs quickly split up and race towards their designated positions. After giving her troopers their orders, Lentine folds her arms and stands on the roof of her vehicle, narrowing her eyes as she looks at the Elmo in the distance. Even if you have a few dolls, I doubt she'll be able to hold off a wolf pack delivering such heavy firepower, right? The Elmo quickly responds and rapidly selects the ideal route for disengagement. While they do not drive into the kill box set up by their ambushers, the left side flankers move to cut off the Elmo's escape route. This forces the Elmo to change course to avoid the larboard convoy's attack. Elmo about to turn into a Lamo. You can do female voices a lot, lower voices a lot better. I guess the reason why I'd say that is diversity of lower is a lot easier for me because higher basically goes like, hey, 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 or hey, 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 ho, ho. It all kind of stays in the same area in my opinion. Like, hey, 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 hi, hey, hi. You just kind of get higher and higher and higher. But with lower, you can go like, huh, hey, hey, hi, how's it going? You can kind of change it up a little bit. And you can get gravelly with it, like, hey, what's up? You know? You can really move around with it. Hey! However, upon changing courses, the IFV convoy on the other side that has been lying in wait comes into view. The Elmo's driver notices this and once again makes an emergency turn. Unfortunately, the ambushing IFVs are ready to launch their anti-tank missiles. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh. The missiles streak out of their tubes, tracing a series of trajectories through the air before exploding around the Elmo, leaving the Elmo's vehicular force field. While the Elmo's vehicular force field has deflected those attacks, its shielding cannot withstand a sustained barrage at this level. If the Elmo takes a few more missiles like this, it will probably be dead in the sand soon enough. There's too many of them! Taichel, what should we do? They've cut us off! Groza studies the densely packed contacts on the radar display. Due to active jamming, targeting the Elmo's sensors, it can display the precise location of each IFV, forcing them to determine an enemy position with their eyes. Calm down. Mailing, switch the Elmo to defense mode. We'll observe the enemy's movements. Okay. Nemesis, in position? Mailing does as Groza orders as she works on the control terminal. The armored shutters slowly slide down over the Elmo's windows, turning it into an impenetrable steel fortress. However, the running gears are also affected by the armor protection, and the Elmo's speed visibly drops as a result. Nemesis has already climbed up to the roof landing pad and taken up position facing the enemy attack. She's already taken down several long-range missiles with accurate fire. The ambush detachment fires their missile again, and Nemesis shoots them down again, but there are just too many for her to respond and the two missiles manage to hit the Elmo. They fire a volley once again, and after Nemesis shoots most of them down, there's only one left over which hits the Elmo. Then, As though they've already tested the Elmo's ability to withstand attacks, the enemy does not continue the offensive. While the radar cannot accurately pinpoint their location, Groza can still use them in thermal imaging from the external cameras to tell that several IFVs are slowly circling the Elmo from different directions. Although the Elmo can probably fight for a while with these IFVs, they have a mission to rescue Hyde 404, which means they have no time to waste on this opposition. In addition, they still don't know the enemy's objective and whether they've gotten reinforcements in. Nemesis, see if you can stop them from approaching. Nemesis nods and begins taking shots at the IFVs. Like drizzling rain, covering the tracks of wayfarers. Not good. Her bullets can't penetrate the IFV's armor, and the enemy doesn't seem to want to step out of the vehicles either. Say, you think they're trying to board the Elmo? That's definitely possible. As she gathers information, Groza is simulating ways to break the stalemate. Since they've had precautions against the Elmo sniper, it means they must be familiar with the Elmo's personal deployment. At the very least, they know they have the sniper nemesis on board. Also, mobilizing all these IFVs, that they know that the Elmo can switch between offensive and defensive modes. An MVV like the Elmo is not a common sight in yellow zones, but they seem to have gotten more familiar with them lately. Clearly, they've done their homework before coming here. At the very least, they've gathered plenty of information related to the Elmo. Could it be that the enemy leader is connected to the Shikikon? If that's the case, this might not be a situation she can resolve herself. Can't be helped. Everyone, man your positions. I'm contacting the Shikikon. Groza, keys her ear mic and sends a transmission on special channel reserved for emergency communications. A ringtone plays for several seconds before a voice answers. Groza, what's happening? Shikikon, we're being followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. They've already launched a direct attack against us. After making the necessary response, I suspect that the opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We may need your leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle. Unknown enemies, you say? What are their numbers and makeup? From what I can tell, the enemy is using 10 plus armored combat vehicles and at least 80 plus infantry. Armored vehicles. Could be Mangi again. Have mailing increase the Elmo speed. Keep up your distance with the enemy armor and tell me the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding locations. The enemy has heavy weapons, so the Elmo is currently in defense mode. Also, the enemy has active electronic warfare equipment. We've lost partial radar functionality and cannot download real-time data on the surrounding terrain. That's fine. I know the terrain over there just well. I just need the exact coordinates. Groza sends the coordinates over and the voice on the radio goes silent. After some thought, the Shikikon issues precise orders. It is precisely these orders that have put Groza at ease during emergencies. There is a pass 20 km northwest of the Elmo with an abandoned town in it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll want to shrink the perimeter. Once you're surrounded, there will be no escape. Therefore, you must find terrain that will disrupt the plan to encircle you. The pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there ASAP. Does that mean we'll be disabling defense mode and breaking through their barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. Letting them board the Elmo will be a lot more dangerous than that. Understood. Someone else seems to be talking on the other side. After a brief conversation, the Shikikon speaks over the transmission again. Think of a way to get the Elmo there and use the pass to block the enemy's pursuit. I'm heading back to help you right now. Shikikon, are you rushing back? But if it's you and Kolfin... Relax, I've got some old friends along the way. They'll be returning to the Elmo with me. Are they ex-Griffin dolls? I'll draft up a combat plan based on the reinforcements you bring back. Groza realizes that she seems to be placing too much emphasis on the last point, so she quickly supplements her words. Fortunately, the Shikikon doesn't seem to have noticed it. Yeah, I'll be bringing 5 extra dolls back. We'll be returning by helicopter. Understood. I'll keep the Elmo and everyone on it safe until you've returned.
Thank you, Groza.
The Shikikan hangs up. Groza stands in the ops room, both hands on the main terminal, her mind deep in thought. Then, she raises her head and stares at the IFEs approaching the Elmo. Mailing, deactivate the Elmo's defense module mode. Huh? But the force field is going to collapse at any moment. The Elmo is going to take... Oh, shoot. Is going to take severe damage if we do that. I know, but these are the Shikikan's orders. Change course now. Divert all power and engines to accelerate maximum speed. Head northwest to the pass 10 km from here. It's our objective. Once we drive there, we'll dismount to destroy the path in our wake to slow the enemy pursuit while we're waiting for the Shikikan to return with reinforcements. Will do. I'll give it a try. With the Elmo's defense mode deactivated, the sounds of machine gun fire, grenades, and cannon blasts wash over the Elmo. The opposition's furious bombardment fills the ops room with deafening alarms, but Groza is undeterred. Instead, she systematically works the control stick. Her eyes focus on the destination the Shikikan has assigned her. She has to get there. She has to ensure the Elmo and its crew are safe until the Shikikan gets back. And after that, when there are more people around to protect the Shikikan, then this will probably be the final task she performs for her. Excuse me, what? Groza's planning on dying? Or something? Lentine sits in her IFV, puffing furiously on her cigarette while she watches the MBV and its deployed shield through a pane of armored glass. Her forces have encircled the Elmo. The next step will be to close the net, then board it and seize control. There are many questions in her mind, and she's eager to have them answered.
This thing is harder to handle than expected. What's the status on our missile storage?
We have 24 more shots.
That's enough. Have the rhinos cease fire for now. Use them all up when we launch our assault.
Adjutant, shouldn't we call our people back if we're trying to board that MVV? With all due respect, people we have here are ordinary Mangi security troopers. They're nowhere near as well as trained as us. Having them attempt a boarding would be suicidal. Well, I don't really care about casualties if the mission fails.
Have you blown up all the signal marchers in the region designated by the brass?
They're all gone.
Then that's perfect. Without the signal markers, nobody will be making calls to the outside of our AO. Sounds like the perfect mission completion to me. Also, we have drone surveillance for this mission. Even if someone wants to cut in, we'll have enough time to hunt them down later. Plus, it's not like I'm actually going to let those rookies fight those crazy dolls in close combat. Our objective is to make the vehicles Shikikan think we're going to board them. However, people will stand by and wait for further orders.
Kenny is clearly used to Lentine's habits and doesn't probe further. The assaulting IFEs draw closer to the Elmo, and Lentine keeps her eyes focused on the scene, as though she's watching something. The charging rhinos are now 1 kilometer away from the enemy.
Still no response?
Lentine anxiously studies the position of the IFEs and Elmo, leaving deep teeth prints on her cigarette. Adjutant, the enemy MBV is on move. The MBV seems to realize that they can't keep taking a pounding like this. A moment later, the Elmo's drive system reveals themselves as defense mode. Armor plating rises and retracts into the storage. Although the mode switch takes less than a minute, it's enough for Mangi security forces to launch a vicious attack. At last. Kenny, have the Rhiners launch all remaining missiles now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Explosions rock the MBV at Lentine's order is executed. Although the MBV's dolls do their best to intercept the incoming projectiles, the saturation missiles strike, overwhelming the MBV shielding and scores direct hits on the superstructure. The unarmored parts of the deck are instantly potholed, and the high-strength polycarbonate windows begin to crack. By the time the dust clears, the MBV has barely managed to finish its mode change. The MBV before the Mangi security forces drag its pockmarked shell along and turns with unexpected speed, rushing toward an opening that the PMC forces couldn't seal off in time. Very decisive. There's nobody else who would make that choice.
Rhino 4, have your forces concentrate on the MBV undercarriage. Several autocannons roar as they blast away at the Elmo's running gears. While each individual shell is not too devastating, the sustained barrage deals tremendous damage to the hulking MBV. However, the Elmo seems intent on breaking out of the encirclement and ignores the attack from the IFVs around it, driving into the face of the shells, raining down on it towards some unknown destination. Behind it, the Meiji security forces are in hot pursuit. The multiple hits on the running gears by the autocannons cause load-bearing wheels to fall from their mountings. As a result, the Elmo shakes violently as it travels at high speed. However, the driver's technique means the MVV stabilizes itself as it limps out of the Meiji security blockade. Yes, carefully thought out and determined. Lentine studies the direction where the Elmo is headed, and then at a topographical map of the region. After zooming out repeatedly, she sees an abandoned town in the northwest. The MBV's broken out of encirclement. They're picking up speed and our IFVs can't catch up with them. That's fine. You think they can escape now that we know where they're headed? Where are they going anyways? Here. Lentine points at the screen to the screen, indicating to the town with her cigarette, then pats Kenny on the shoulder. This is the only place that will let them escape our encirclement. I want to praise them for finding a way out so soon. Wait, isn't that? The coordinates of the town in question has an omen unit marked on it. Have our ambush forces prepared for battle. Our guests are coming. Lentine puts out her cigarette and takes out a cannon. Takes hold of the cannon's hand station again, then orders the driver to prepare to move out. She can't withstand an assault like this. All she can do is flee miserably under the absolute superiority of her enemy's firepower, unable to protect the things she wants to defend. This is the price for abandoning everything and leaving the game. It's truly unsightly. As expected, she made the right choice back then. That thought runs through Lentine's head as she watches the sand dunes vanish in the distance behind her. Everything is going as planned. Now that she has set up an ambush that so overwhelmingly favors her, how long will that woman be able to continue struggling? Taicho, we're almost at the pass. Everyone, get ready for battle. Mei-ling, how's the Elmo? Not very la-la, Elmo's world. The substructure's been badly damaged and the engine's severely overheated from all the high-speed travel just now. Our top speed now is only 15 miles an hour. Got it. Keep the Elmo on the move. Don't stop for anything. All points, load up on the explosives. We need to jam up the mouth of the pass to shake off the enemy's pursuit. Leader, enemies in black are surrounding us. They see right through us. Change of plan. Eliminate the enemy near the Elmo. Karalik, try to figure out the numbers and position of the enemies. Don't let them tie you up. Okay. Nemesis, I'll send you a topographical map of this area to you. Get to the high ground and fire at will. Thunder, rumbling in all directions. Vepley, you're in charge of distracting enemy forces on the ground. Give Karalik and Nemesis a chance to break their formation. Hi. No problem. Vepley's the best at drawing everyone's attention. But what about you, Taicho? I'll plant the charges and keep the enemy from catching up to us. Mei-ling, tell the Shikikan that the enemy's caught up to us and be aware of the enemy attack on the way back. But I haven't been able to get through anything just now. Keep trying to contact the Shikikan until you get through. Okay, I'll keep up with the hails. I feel like this is gonna get a little intense, guys. Right, that's our plan then. Everyone, let's go. I have a bad feeling about this. That scene took a lot of time to set up their, what's it called? Their attack. So something tells me something is not gonna go well. And I'm a little frightened to ask what it is. Vroom vroom. Situation feels a little tense right now, let me just say. And I don't like where this is going, peeps. Groza's having a bit of a moment there. Yeah, she is.
Mina! Yankee desu ne!
もう逃げたりしない。確保。私の新派楽勝楽勝。
Leader, Taicho, it doesn't look like they're trying to close the gap. Yes, it seems they figured out what we're trying to do. Their aim is to buy time, so they're keeping distance and exchanging fire from us. Keeping us from that building, which we could use to block the path. I think we'd have to launch an attack through, though we're the side that got ambushed. Hey, Shorty, we worked pretty well back there. Want to team up again?
You need Vamply to shine brighter?
Yes, please draw their attention. I'll try to approach the building again. Nemesis, please cover us. Tinning, moment of enlightenment in the distance from confusion. Nemesis says she's low on ammo. Alright then, our success and failure of this mission rests on this gambit. Let's go.
Time for Veply's favorite special effect, smoke screens!
Veply pulls out a smoke grenade and throws it in the opposite direction of her cover. The moment it bursts, bullets rain down, spreading a smoke cloud. The dolls emerge from their cover and race towards the building they're going to bring down. Karalik, enemies on your 9, roughly 50 meters away. Taicho, you carry on. I'll wipe them out.
Karalik lowers her stance and sprints over to the enemy in question. Their screams fill the radio channel.
3 down. 2 more headed your way, Taicho. Their path might pass through Nemesis' field of fire. Before Karalik can finish speaking, a pair of bullets find their homes in the enemy skulls. They collapse like puppets and their strings cut and bright red liquid gushes out of their helmets. Before Karalik can spout a one-liner, a hail of bullets fly her way from another direction. She quickly ducks behind cover, trying to find the position of her attackers. This time, the enemy doesn't seem to be willing to let her go. They hammer her position with torrent of lead, keeping Karalik completely pinned down.
Quit bullying Karalik!
Veply, go help her!
Veply proceeds to double back to support Karalik.
Oh, she throws her grenade with all her might, and the enemy throws back more grenades in response. Groza feels like the heat and the shock waves from the multitude of detonations wash over her back. While she continues running forward, the hint of anxiety in her voice keys as she keys her communicator. Karalik, Veply, are you all right? I'm all right, just got hit by a few bullets. For some reason, I get the feeling that I should bring a ranged weapon next time. Flowing sands, water receding at the recede, then go still at the furthest reaches of sunset. Okay, fine. You win. Now fire off the rest of your rounds and cover us.
Veply thinks the show went too well. Mr. Pizza will give me strength.
The sound of gunfire, heavy gunfire, comes over the transmission once again, and this time it's getting a little closer to the dolls. Groza can tell these are the black armored troopers, are worlds apart from the enemy she's previously encountered. Their shooting techniques and tactics mark them as veteran fighters, and they clearly understand the terrain. Although their responses are slower than dolls, they can still attack the dolls from multiple angles while hugging cover, negating the advantages in accuracy and reaction speed which the dolls enjoy. The Elmo dolls are having a hard fight, and time is not on their side this time. Groza glances at the explosives in her backpack. So far, they haven't managed to set a single charge, and the IFVs pursuing them will not give them a chance to catch their breath. They can't block off the single road giving them access to the pass, then it's only a matter of time before the enemy's main forces catches up and wipes them out. Groza squeezes her weapon foregrip and thinks about what to do if the worst should come to pass. We fell for it. They weren't trying to delay us, they were just planning to directly destroy us. They're smarter than we expected, using their advantage in numbers and firepower to overwhelm us. Still, they aren't dolls. They'll die when they're killed. We've taken out so many of them already. Doesn't their Shikigan give a dang about their men? Groza doesn't know how to answer Karalik's question. Logically speaking, most Shikigans would do as Karalik said and try to avoid unnecessary casualties. But the enemy's fighting spirit and morale hasn't fallen because of their losses. She can't apply normal preconceptions to these fools. There's no point in thinking about all of that. Taicho, I'll delay the enemy. Hurry and bring down that building.
We can't let the Shikikan come back to the site of the Elmo in flames, right? Yeah, that's right. Please, I'm counting on you. Groza ducks in to the target building and unpacks enough explosives to bring the building down several times over before wiring them up in the detonators and setting up the initiation sequences. However, the sound of IFE engines comes from nearby. Groza looks up, and her hands stop moving as she sees the scenes before her. The IFEs that have been engaging the Elmo just now are heading down the road, going straight for the Elmo. Groza's heart fills with despair as she's never felt before as the unending stream of IFEs rumble in. No matter how fast she works, there's no way she can finish planting all the explosives on the building's load-bearing columns before the convoy passes by. Time seems to slow to a crawl, and in Groza's eyes, everything outside takes place in slow motion. In an instant, she remembers many things. Her life after parting ways with the Shikikan, the scene of her reunion with her, the first time she downloaded her neural backup into this frame, that strange feeling from back then. She clearly promised the Shikikan that she would protect everyone on the Elmo. No, she can't give up yet. She needs to complete her mission. Besides, she still has her last resort. Groza lays the explosive on the ground and quickly reconnects them before loading them onto her back. The circuit ends at a detonator whose time delay has been removed. Groza takes it in hand, discards her weapon, and jumps out in front of the first IFE. The driver reacts quickly. Its autocannon and its coaxial machine gun immediately begin tracking her movement, but the doll's dexterity and rapid reflexes allow her to avoid the attack. Immediately following, she throws herself into a slide to go under the IFE. Karolik, take charge in my place from now on. Bring back everyone to the Elmo immediately. Upon hearing Groza's words, Karolik replies over the radio, sounds frantic. Taicho, what are they doing? I will keep the enemy vehicles from approaching the Elmo. Everything seems to be happening in slow motion as she watches bullets kick up puffs of sand and dust. Neural upload synchronization command selection. Disable. Warning, this command entails a high degree of risk. Please reconfirm this disable order. Taicho, talk to me. What are you doing? Can't. Not again. Confirmed. Command confirmed. Neural upload synchronization disabled. Time goes from slowing down to practically standing still. Groza watches herself gradually approach the undercarriage of the IFE. She even sees the look of panic as he tries to pull out his handgun, but fails to do so in time. She sees the shell casings ejected by the turret guns, as well as each and every petal thrown into the air by the shaking of the ground. She sees the strange blue-colored flower blossoming before her, and a blue butterfly flitting out of the flower's heart. And the final thing she sees is the Shikikan's face, even though for some reason it was a little blurred. A strange feeling wells up from the depths of her neural cloud, with the real stranger standing in front of the commander. That self wears a completely different form from her and has a different expression on her face. A powerful wave of fatigue washes over Groza. She closes her eyes and stops thinking. Goodbye, Shikikan.
First love you! 私たちの勝利よ！どうしたち？
Huh? Did Groza just commit? Did she just die? Oh my god. That was... Oh, I didn't Oh, you know, Groza just died right there. And you know, this entire thing is just like da na na, happy cafe music, having a good time. Yuza's dead. Oh my god. Okay. Well, guys, we've got 3 more story nodes to go. I'm going to get up and go to the restroom very quickly. You guys get some water, stretch whatever you need. It's going to take like 1 minute for me. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, talk to you guys very shortly. I'm back. Thanks for waiting, y'all. Thanks for waiting. Alright, let's finish off Zucchero Cafe. Relaxing Cafe Zucchero. Blue flower and butterfly. Alright, y'all. Just a couple more story notes to go, and thank you for the welcome back. I hope y'all had a good break while I was gone. And let me know. Did you guys stand up? Did you guys get some water? What'd you guys end up doing? Let me know, and let's buckle in for the finale of Zucchero Cafe. Because I did not expect Groza to actually full go just kaboom. As the helicopter races through the jet black sky, it slowly descends and emerges from the cloud cover that prevents others from noticing it. I grew 10 minutes older. I can't help but worry as I look at my reflection. I stared into the void. Wait, 10 minutes! It was 1 minute though! I can't help but notice as I look at my reflection in the window and back at the terminal in front of me. The terminal displays a connection lost icon. I sigh, then try to re-establish the communications link. Groza, do you read me? Come in, Elmo. However, the only thing I can hear from my earpiece is the hissing of static. I've been trying to contact them through the entire flight, but I haven't gotten through so far. I clench my face and glance unhappily at the hovering Dandegate. Didn't you say you could maintain comms with Elmo no matter the distance? That would require the local signal markers to be intact. So the nearby signal markers have all been destroyed. Considering the scale of the enemy attack Groza mentioned, there's definitely a possibility. It also means the opposition prepared their ambush well, while they're going up against the Elmo. I can't underestimate the reaction speed of those black-armored mangy security troopers. Look at the window and at the ground below. The pass I told the Elmo to head toward is right below us. I head over to the cockpit, where Sharkri and Centaureissi are sitting in the pilot and co-pilot seats. Sharkri, descend to 200 meters and then maintain altitude. Okay. Have the helicopter's rocket pods been reloaded? Topped up and ready to go. Good. Centaureissi,
When we fly about the pass, try to use the vehicle radio to establish comms at a short range.
Shiki-kan, the enemy might discover us if we use the radio.
It's alright. They won't be able to respond.
The helicopter soars through the air above the pass, and I can see a number of ant-like vehicles swarming the entrance. There are intermittent flashes of light in the settlement at the mouth of the pass. There are people exchanging fire there, and it's plain to see that our people are among them. Looking further into the distance, I see the MBV crawling along as it trails a huge plume of smoke. It's traveling slowly, but it's already drawn away from the firefight. Centaureissi turns on the radio and I begin hailing it. Soon, I hear Meiling's voice amidst the noise.
Meiling, do you read me?
Shiki-kan! Thank goodness I got through at last.
Calm down, Meiling. What's happening now?
We're being chased by enemies with lots of armor. We headed to the town you mentioned earlier, but there were many enemies there waiting to ambush us. Later, Groza took the dolls out to intercept them, but she said she would blow up the road on the side.
They saw through it. Can you contact Groza?
No, I can't. Taicho and the others haven't been responding just now. You think they're in danger?
I'll go back them up. You keep driving the Elmo and don't stop for anything. Got it?
I got it. Shiki-kan, please bring Taicho, Groza, and the others.
Leave it to me.
I put down the headset and return to the passenger cabin. I look around at the dolls holding their weapons and ammo, then begin handing out combat assignments.
Diane, Zhangyu, Xiaohui, Centaureissi, you'll be forming a squad to assist and relieve Groza's team. You already know who Groza is. The other two members of her team are a doll with bunny ears, a doll with purple cape, and a doll with M. Pizzaris backpack. You should be able to recognize them at a glance. Don't get stuck in with the enemy. Find them and bring them back to the chopper ASAP.
Understood. We'll take care of it, Shiki-kan. Time to show you the power of an elite doll, Shiki-kan.
Golfine, you're in charge of protecting Melanie. Do not leave her side for a moment.
Yep.
Are you alright with that, Melanie?
I'm okay.
Okay. Alright, prepare to move out.
I head back to the cockpit, instructing Sharkry to overfly the firefight. Once we're above it, I point at a largely intact building, and Sharkry immediately picks up on what I want to sense.
Let's go.
Centaureissi and Diane open the hatches on their respective sides of the chopper, and a ferocious downwash screams in from the outside. The dolls stand up by the open doors while Golfine shields Melanie from the howling winds with her body. The helicopter nears the target building. The dolls jump out, and it's roughly 10 meters above the roof. Haha! Time for a Griffin air job. Watch this, big sis. Zhangyu does a magnificent flip in mid-air before touching down. Diane, who has touched down alongside her, glances at her sister before approaching her. Be careful, Zhangyu. We're in a combat zone now. But that's what I want. It feels like old times. So this is what you used to do. No wonder you're always so restless. Why, you jelly. Ladies of Monsoon, let's head out. Pardon us, Miss Centaureissi. Let's go. The dolls dart into the building, and the helicopter pulls up again as it heads towards the mouth of the pass.
Looks like it's about time.
In the co-pilot seat, I see the multiple IFVs working their way through the town area. They're driving single file toward the Elmo, the perfect opportunity for us.
Sharkry, target this road and blow all those IFVs to scrap.
Will do. The helicopter adjusts its position as it hovers. Awesome. Then plunges for a strafing run. Rockets scream out of the pods in rapid succession, and explosions erupt along the length of the road, turning the IFVs into burning wrecks. Groza feels her frame hit the ground hard with a dull thud. In the wake of deafening explosion, the walls of the pass crumble, and ruined buildings nearby collapse, engulfing the nearby Mangi troopers. She can hear their screams. She can see the mangled remains of humans who have been blasted into chunks, and she can feel their blood raining down on her. But, wait a minute. Didn't she just... Groza thinks back to what she was doing before she found herself collapse. Do dolls feel like this after they blow themselves up? Doesn't seem to feel any different than normal. She recalled a time when scientific achievement and humans believed after death they would become something called ghosts, entities left behind after one's death. Then she's some kind of data ghost now? Groza lies, motionless, trying to clear her head.
In her recollection, she was preparing to press the button on her detonator, but the IFV before her suddenly exploded and the massive shockwave sent her flying. Groza looks down at her right hand. The detonator's there, but she did not press it. Then what was that explosion just now? Before she can think about it, the sounds of more gunfire and explosion come from the other side of the rubble. Looks like the opposition hasn't given up yet. They're trying to blast a hole in the debris and fallen rock blocking the path, so the troops outside can get inside and continue fighting. Once again, there's another explosion. Rocks and debris fly everywhere, and the blocked passage shows signs of clearing. Another one, and the rubble blocking the path is completely blown away. She can hear Mingy troopers approaching, so close that they see gray helmets through the breach. Is this the end? No, not yet. Bullets suddenly fly past her, accurately striking the Mingy troopers in the head. Shocked, Groza looks back and sees dolls rushing out of the smoke and running to her side. Man, I thought Groza did die, but I guess, you know, they cleverly used the explosion of the truck. Yay! We saved Groza. Miss Groza, are you alright? Are you the reinforcements sent by the Shikikan? Miss Groza, do you not remember me? Yes, I am. Goshijin-sama sent me to help you with the withdrawal. Where are the other dolls? They're behind me, fighting in the streets. They're engaged with the enemy. They need backup. Understood. Miss Cyan, please take Monsoon Squad and reinforce the other dolls. I'll help evacuate Miss Groza. Understood. We'll leave this thing's on this side to you. Please stay still, Miss Groza. You've sustained severe damage to your frame. I'll drag you out of there. Nemesis, what happened to your cover fire? Departure, lost and hidden friends. What do you mean ran out of Elmo? Elmo? Ammo? Now, of all times? Get it together already. Are there dolls approaching us from over there? They're fast. Are they enemies? Don't shoot, we're friendlies. Are you dolls from the Elmo? Yes, we are. We're from Monsoon Squad. The Shikikan sent us to back you up. We'll be covering your withdrawal. So the Shikikan sent you. But Taicho's still out there. Our teammate will bring her back. Let's take care of the enemies in front of us first, shall we? Sounds great. Time to give those butt cheeks a spanking. That was worse than that word. Oh my god. Maybe I shouldn't substitute things in. Maybe I don't do that anymore. Oh. Clap at a cheek. Task failed successfully. Kenkyo! Easy. The red-haired woman anxiously studies the messages on the screen, not even realizing that her cigarette has almost burned itself out. Half of the IFEs she sent into the town have been destroyed. The other half have been wedged outside the fallen rocks and rubble. Meanwhile, there's a ceaseless stream of casualty reports from her Omen forces. Just now, the dolls jumped out of the helicopter, had completely eliminated any chance she had of wiping out those encircled dolls. That helicopter had shown incredible timing and practically destroyed her entire deployment in an instant. Could it be that the fleeing MBV had only been a decoy? Was she the only one ambushed all along? The confidence she had started with crumbles in an instant, and Lentine can't help but wonder if there's a bigger trap waiting for her behind all this. Any person would probably not be able to do it, but she can't even begin to imagine what kind of strategies any woman who came back from Frankfurt can employ. Lentine's underestimation of her has cost her dearly. And right now, she knows that her only choice is to not act at all, is
Not a choice at all. Contact all squads. Have them begin withdrawing. Load up the dead and wounded where possible and return to our muster point. But Adjutant, we can still fight. We still have those dolls surrounded. And what if they have more dolls lying in wait for us? But we still have the perimeter lockdown mission ahead of us. We can't lose any more men. Bring everyone back now. Yes, ma'am. Dang it! Kenny angrily punches his seat before leaving the IFE. He doesn't look back. It is only now that Lentine notices the burning pain at her fingertips. She clicks her tongue and drops the cigarette butt. It's lingering... Wait, why is it still going? Its lingering heat scorches the black edge circle on the intelligence report on the floor of the vehicle. Lentine picks it up, preparing to throw the pages that made her lose so much out of the vehicle. However, she stops halfway, and Lentine instead throws the report back on the ground. There's a strange feeling in her heart. It's been there for 10 years, appearing in her dreams, showing up whenever she doubted herself, to find all kinds of excuses for her actions in order to get it under control. As it is, she can no longer hold it back, the feeling that utterly denies all the choices she made, an emotion that completely crushes her soul into the dirt. How is that she can still beat me, even after falling so far? Would she give up everything, even when she's this capable? It makes no sense. She has to ask her and find the answer to that question. Lentine grabs her gun and stands up, throwing open the IFE's hatch. She clenches her fist, driving her nails so deep into her palm that blood wells up and begins dripping from her hand. It shouldn't be this way. Come on, load up. Monsoon Squad brings the Elmo dolls to the roof of the nearby building. As the helicopter slowly touches down, I open the hatch so the dolls can rush inside. Diane and the others bring Karolik, Vepley, and Nemesis with them to the helicopter, which makes the passenger compartment feel a little cramped. Daohui and Yang Yu reflexively take up positions on the edges of the cabin, guns raised, and scanning their surroundings. Shikikon, where did you get all these people from? They're old friends. Where's Gyoza? Miss Centaureissi said she was helping to evacuate Groza. I look down, but there's no sign of them. I pick up the handset and hail Centaureissi. Centaureissi, where are you two? Shikoshi-jin-sama, Miss Groza's badly hurt. The enemy caught up with us, and we're trying to hold them off. Find a way to indicate your location. Got it. I hear a magazine change over the transmission. Shortly afterwards, I see a stream of tracer rounds hurtle through the sky. I immediately point in the direction in order for Sharkry to dust off. Once we reach the area above the tracers, I can clearly make out Centaureissi and Groza fighting off the enemy from behind cover. Zhao Hui and Zhang Yu immediately rake the enemy support weapons with gunshots, and the suppressive fire from the distance eases off. Centaureissi looks up at the helicopter and takes the advantage of the lull, shooting to grab Groza and head for the nearest roof. Ah! A pair of missiles fly towards the helicopter, but unfortunately Sharkry has been slowly orbiting the site and dodges them. Diane moves up to the doorway and joins the other dolls in suppressing the source of those rockets. Meanwhile, I get Sharkry to rapidly descend and get close to the building's edge as possible. Just as the helicopter levels out, Centaureissi appears on the roof, carrying Groza. She widens her step and picks up her speed, jumping off the roof with Groza. The two of them slam into the helicopter like a cannonball. Fortunately, the other dolls help soften the impact. Diane helps Centaureissi lay Groza on the cabin floor, while Zhang Yu immediately closes the hatch. Seeing that everyone is aboard, Sharkry immediately climbs into the air, beating a hasty retreat while being pursued by more rockets. The helicopter flies towards the Elmo. Fortunately, the roof landing pad isn't too badly damaged. Sharkry lands on the Elmo. Sharkry lands the chopper on the Elmo. The dolls dismount, waiting for further instructions. I look into the distance. The Elmo is clear of that ruined town, and enemy shows no intention of continuing the pursuit. I sigh in relief, then turn my attention back to the dolls. Groza's frame is riddled with shrapnel. Karolik and Nemesis are carefully unloading her from the helicopter. Groza, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm sorry, I almost failed to complete my mission. It's my fault for coming back so late. Don't speak. You need repairs. Groza nods and closes her eyes. I hear the chime of the hangar elevator nearby, and Mei-ling rushes out as the door opens. Shiki-kan! Taicho, are you okay? Groza shakes her head, but she does not respond. Mei-ling, you've done a great job. Now I just need you to do a little more. Got it. I'll start fixing Taicho right now. With Mei-ling urging them on, Carolic and Nemesis help Groza to the repair bay. Will Taicho really be alright? I hope it's just surface level damage. We'll need to wait for Mei-ling to finish running diagnostics. Speaking of diagnostics, why don't you give Melanie a checkup? After that, we can get her to a room to rest in. Alright. Come with me, okay, Melanie? Melanie glances at me, then immediately follows Colfine down the stairs. I have Vepli and the other dolls on a tour through the Elmo, which includes performing a damage assessment of the stricken areas. I head back to the ops room. Thanks to the recent attack, it's a total mess. Glass panes have been broken and fragments are everywhere. I can't help but sigh as I think about how the Elmo had just been repaired not long ago, only for it to be reduced to this state again. I sit back down in my chair. Who would have thought so many things would have happened in just the course of one day? I hear those silent Dandegate flies above my head. Dandelion's smug voice rings out from above me. What an exciting day this was, Shiki-kan. Doesn't it remind you of your Griffin days? I can't help but be reminded by them. I reach up and grab the Dandegate above my head, but it nimbly evades my grasp. The Dandegate flies before me and projects Dandelion's face again. She's yawning and stretching lazily. So, were the day's events a coincidence that you arranged to? Oh, how could that be? The only coincidence I arranged was for you to meet Monsoon and Sutro, but you ended up rewriting the script in your own way. I had nothing to do with the encounter in the underground lab, fight with Mangy security, or that girl. Oh, really? Anyway, how about that data that you found in the underground lab? Have you learned anything yet? I found a piece of information that we had left in the signal marker network. As it turns out, there's been a string of missing persons and cultist activity cases filled with police departments of the various major districts in the nearby satellite cities. So far, I've read through 800 reports, over 1,300 pictures, 46 videos, and the material involves over 1,000 people. Right now, I'm trying to analyze similarities and sort them to find any clues. However, the reports are all highly disorganized, and there are signs of systematic internal tampering in addition to confusing information. Hi, Arctic! What? So give me a little more time, okay? It's only been half a day. Even I can't digest all this at once. The rest will have to wait until my connection to the signal marker network is restored. However, there may be similarities between the experiment we found and what Hide 404 is investigating. Perhaps they might be able to give you a lead to follow. I trust you haven't forgotten them yet. How could I ever? Lena assured you to go pick them up, right? Groza and the others were attacked on the road to get them. They were probably the same people as the ones who attacked 404. That's my guess too. According to the PMC registration database, Mangy Security is supposed to be a small independent company with less than 100 employees to their name. It looks like Namfa has messed up really badly. If they manage to overlook a company with this level of equipment and manpower... We'll talk to Callan about it afterwards. However, we've been cut off just now. We can't contact anyone now. Anyone. Be they 404 or Lena. The enemy is smart. They need to destroy the signal markers. However, I doubt this will be a problem for 404. You mean... I mean something like this. Dandelion points to the ops room's main terminal. Suddenly, it buzzes with a comm request. I glance at Dandelion and then warily put it through. Hey, I finally got put through. Man, it sure was hard fixing signal marker with hardware this old. Man, Klukai would have killed me if I didn't fix it. Thinking about it scares me. For a moment, I'm not sure how to answer it. There's a look of doubt on my face to the voice on the line. No response? Hello, can you hear me? I'm connected, right? I haven't forgotten who I am, Shiki-kan. There's a brief burst of noise. The video window dissolves into static and then clears up. There's a man with his back to the camera. He seems to be banging on something. There's a burst of sparks, and the man throws his wrench aside and slowly turns around. As he does, the face is revealed by the cold light of the overhead fluorescent lamps. Wait a minute. Is that you, dear? Okay. Dear, our favorite crossdresser, Dimma Gang. Small indie PMC. Where's the wig and the dress, dear? I want to see Dima. We love Dima. Oh my goodness. Alright, y'all. We're almost there. Groza didn't die. And we're finally connecting with 404. Outside the Elmo's window, a sandy gust of wind speeds through the darkened sky. There are no Elid corpses here or nauseating monsters. The endless sands are as clean and thorough and as though nothing had ever happened. The helicopter slowly lands on the Elmo. The dolls open the hatch and jump down from the chopper, while Dyer follows close behind them as he touches down on the Elmo. After receiving Deer's distress signal, Centaureissi took Diane and the others to the beacon station where Deer was. As per our previous comms, I learned that there had come to offering assistance after 404 had gone missing, but by that time he had already arrived at the location he found where all the signal markers in the region had been destroyed, and the Mankey security had seized control of all the roads leading in and out. In the end, he became trapped here. Fortunately, Helena had given him Elmo's comm code, so he managed to contact us after fixing a signal marker. We didn't encounter any enemies at the marker. The helicopter returned to the Elmo after taking Deer aboard. The dolls returned to the repair bay to rest, while Deer came to the ops room. I gave him a quick once-over and can't help but feel unfamiliar with his look. What's wrong, Shiki-kan? Why are you looking at me like that? Well, it's been a long time since I last saw you. Didn't expect you to grow up like this. Well, I am human after all. Our looks are different from dolls. We grow up fast. Well, yes, of course I knew that. That said, what's more interesting is that you're still helping out Squad 404. There are times I ask myself, why am I even putting myself through all this heck? But hey, in for a penny, in for a pound, right? And besides, I heard that Elmo would be helping us out, and I always wanted to take a look around the Elmo. Is this thing really that interesting? Of course it is. After all, a cutting-edge IOP product, the final glory of NSU's heavy industry, a one-of-a-kind model who will never see the light of day again. Yeah. It sounds pretty awesome. Honestly, you don't know how valuable this thing is, do you, Shiki-kan? All I know is that thanks to workshop bills, I have trouble just getting enough water to drink as it is. Hey, you get what you pay for. Would you mind if I upgraded the comm system over here? Be my guest. I step aside and Deer takes out a bunch of strange devices before starting to work on the command console. After some banging and fiddling, I see a screen on the console's monitor that I've never seen before. What's this? I upgraded the Elmo's comm systems and also set up temporary encrypted comms channel. I'm sure there were cases in the past where your transmissions were leaked out to the outside world, right? Why do you ask? Helena told me about it. She said that Miss Helena found out that non-fuzz comms had been cracked by others on multiple occasions. She told 404 about it and then asked them to improve their signal encryption. Leva felt like relying on the encrypted channel alone was pointless, so not only did she boast the encryption on their communications, she also installed a honey trap in 404's information systems. Any visitors who haven't been invited by 404 will receive a special surprise from them. Unfortunately, the upgraded technology still hasn't managed to catch that visitor who's turned up so many times before. The encrypted comm channel and I set up something similar to Squad 404 is using right now. That way, we can ensure data security between both sides. If that's the case, Helena had best upgrade on her end too.
Well, about that, I don't dare to mess around lightly with things on Namfa's end. Although, I think that's where the biggest hole in security is. So you think Namfa's problematic? Like, it would be strange if a government organization of that level didn't have loopholes, right? I fall silent for a while and don't respond to Deer's words. In principle, I trust Callan unconditionally, but she's part of Namfa and I can't make up my mind about them right anyway. After some time, I also decide to change the subject. Oh yes, you were saying that Lena asked you to come over. Yep. Earlier, Kukai mentioned having trouble getting network signal, so Lena sent me over to help troubleshoot things for her. At first, I thought it was just a standard mission, so I took my family helicopter over and paid for transportation and tools myself. Now that I think about it, Kukai really is too stingy. So you entered the yellow zone all by yourself. Well, the danger level for this place isn't high, and my truck had good specs, so the Jaegers had trouble catching up. I thought it could find a signal marker, drop off an enhanced space station, and be done with it. But turns out every single signal marker I encountered along the way was completely destroyed. The only ones whose internals I could begin to repair was the last one. After that, I found out that the way to completely control the Mingi forces. I figured they'd shoot me full of holes if I even ever tried to get back. Luckily, I met you, Shiki-kan. Otherwise, I would have been hecked. Saying so, Deer fiddles with the console interface and rescans for new transmission channels. The moment the rescan finishes, a shining point appears on the screen. What's this? It's a transmission base station. It's broadcasting right now. Can I connect to it? Yes, do it now! Deer connects the transmission. A rapid, loud voice speaks over the channel. 376-second platoon of the 7th Informational Survey Corps. We have an emergency and need support. I repeat, we need support. Survey Corps? Aren't those the forces 404 are working with? Can we communicate with them? No, there's no response. This is an audio clip on a loop broadcast. Can we backtrace the signal then? Sure. Alright, location confirmed. They're not far away. I pick up my terminal and contact Centaureissi. Goshijin-sama? Centaureissi, I have a new assignment for you. Get ready for battle along with Monsoon Squad and meet in the hangar. Understood. Preparing now. I have Deer send the coordinates to the dolls and look out at the night sky as dark and mysterious as this mission. This might be our break in finding Hyde 404. That was a very short story note. Unless the bulk of it comes at the very end here. Kukai being stingy with Leva is really funny. Should look at how Dima did influence him in the end with a yellow jacket and sash with 3 items on it. There is some stuff here you guys are talking about that I have no idea what is going on. I like how Vepley just shot through that box and like that man just flumped over like bleh. The helicopter takes off from the Elmo. I decide to head over to the repair bay while waiting for the news. I leave the ops room after telling the Danegate to keep an eye on the Elmo's status and surroundings. Deer follows me too. When we enter the repair bay, we see Mailing performing the final adjustments on Groza, while the other dolls keep her company. Ah, Shiki-kan, you're here. Yep, how are things? Mailing says they're okay, but just now Taicho... Karolek immediately shuts up and she realizes what's going on, and Nemesis pushes Vepley out of the room. Right now we're going to check out the rest of the Elmo. You guys have a good chat, Shiki-kan. After the dolls leave the room, Groza sits up on the diagnostic table slab. Groza, are you alright? Shiki-kan, I'm fine. Thank you for sending help. Yeah, things were really close out there. Mailing, how is Taicho's frame? I just started when I first saw her, but when I ran diagnostics, I realized there weren't that many penetrating injuries. Fortunately, most of the wounds were caused by shrapnel. While it caused a certain amount of damage to her limbs, we can certainly fix them with replacement parts. That's good to hear. After seeing Groza is alright, I managed to calm down at last. I step aside to make room for Deer, then introduce him to Groza and Mailing. This is Mailing. She's the chief Elmo's chief engineer. Groza, this is the leader of the Elmo's doll squad. Deer nods to them. Mailing returns to the nod a little timidly. And this is Deer. I guess you could call him 404's Just call me 404's technician. I'll do everything I can to help out during the upcoming operation. Nice meeting you. Oh, alright. Groza nods to Deer. For some reason, Groza seems to be acting strangely. Suddenly, Deer's eyes light up and he excitedly rushes over to the slab behind Groza. Puzzled, I follow his movements with my eyes and see him practically skipped over to where Sextans is lying. Sextans' frame has been badly damaged. Just about all her exposed skin has been destroyed and her body is badly deformed. You have a third generation doll. You know this is a third gen doll. Of course I do. This is the latest tech developed by Orla Conglomerate. Even the core collaborator companies who have been working wait in line for 6 months just to look at the relevant files. I can't believe you've gotten so rich and powerful after not seeing you for such a long time, Commander. Oh, I picked her up by accident. By accident? A third generation doll costs as much as a skyscraper. And that's just financial cost alone. This isn't the sort of problem you can solve with money. Well, it's a long story. We fought her during a previous mission, and then she suddenly showed up near the Elmo. We dragged her on board after we smacked her around a bit. I think you actually managed to beat a monster of that level. Looks like you've been lying about your combat strength, Shiki-kan. Well, not really. There seemed to be something wrong with her when we ran into her. Both her perceptions and memories were confused. Maybe you could help me take a look at her? Happy to help. Still, in her current state, well, the materials for repairing her would cost an astronomical sum. I coughed to hide my awkwardness. Is there a cheap way to do it? Cost aside, the main problem is the understanding of third-gen dolls is surface level at best. Frankly speaking, I don't have much confidence in doing it. Well, you've got a chance now. Yeah, I think so too. Well, since I've got a chance to take a crack at this, don't mind if I do. Deer pulls out his toolbox and places a plethora of instruments I have never seen before. After plugging all manner of cables into Sextan's access ports, Deer's instruments begin to flash and make noises. It's a mess in there. Junk code and bad sectors everywhere. Her brain is pretty much muss when we met her. Upon seeing that we're discussing Sextans, Mei-Ling helps Groza off the slab and walks over to me. While you weren't around, Taicho tried hacking into her neural cloud to gather information. Why did you take that risk? Her firewalls are down, so I judged that hacking into her would not pose any risk. I see. So, did you make any progress? Her neural cloud was a mess when I hacked in. My guess is it was severely damaged by a fusion experiment. I tried connecting to her level 3 and learned some things. Apparently someone had run an experiment on her and deliberately destroyed her. However, her internal files were badly damaged and I couldn't make out any details. I see. Dear, I need this information and her neural cloud. Please help me fix her neural cloud as best as you can. Why don't you ask for the moon too while you're at it? Deer takes out his little electronic device and hooks it up to several small cables from Sextan's head. After a while, the connections crackle and throw off sparks, even setting the device Deer's holding on fire. Short circuit. How is it? It's what Leader Groza said. Someone wrecked this third-gen doll's neural cloud, almost to the point of complete destruction. Whoever did it targeted vital and irrecoverable parts of the neural cloud. I see. Although her frame structure is largely intact, it's almost inoperable. It's kind of like if a neurosurgeon went and severed linkages in the human brain. There are many destroyed nodes, but a neural cloud module is pretty much a write-off. Also, it seems her body... Deer narrows his eyes and carefully studies an almost destroyed portion of Sextan's epidermal layer. Is something wrong? No. So, why would anyone make a doll frame out of this? Pretty unimaginative, I might say. Is there any material you haven't seen before? Well, it's not like I haven't seen this before, just that I never thought anyone would make a frame out of it. Get to the point. What is it? Deer thinks for a moment, then reaches into his toolbox and takes out something that looks like a microscope. He looks for a place on Sextan's body, then sets it up and calls me over. Here, Shiki-kan, take a look. What is this? It looks like some kind of biological tissue or rather some kind of cells. Looks like someone was trying to fuse this doll frame's materials with some kind of cell. That's a little surprising. The cells don't look very active. Looks like the fusion didn't work. I think about what Deer's saying, and then someone's staring at me. When I turn around, I suddenly notice a little figure in the doorway. There's a pitter-patter of footsteps, and then Colfine appears from the doorway as well, grabbing the arm of the little figure. Melanie, what are you doing here? There's something here. Melanie? Upon hearing my words, Melanie reflexively backs away. So, you adopted a daughter as well. Look, it's a really long story. Hi, Melanie. Melanie backs away even further. Do I really look that scary? Colfine, what are the results of her checkup? Melanie's vital signs are all stable. Too stable, in fact. Melanie ignores the exchange between me and Colfine, and she raises a hand and points to the doll behind me before addressing me directly. I want to see that doll. That doll? I point to Sexton's. You mean her? Melanie nods. Sure, I guess. Melanie approaches us. Suddenly, a chill runs down my spine and my hand reflexively reaches for my gun. Upon realizing what I'm doing, I quickly turn aside so she doesn't see me and fold my arms across my chest. She walks up to Sexton's and looks her up and down. Finally, her gaze settles into the position where we discover the signs of self-fusion. Knew it. Knew what? Have you seen her before? Not this one, but she looks like ones that I've seen before. She also has signs of fusion. Melanie's words make me stiffen up. Do you know what these signs of fusion are? They're from Bojum extracts. They show signs like this after fusion. Hello, Sofa. Bojum cell structures. Hang on. Cell activity has suddenly increased. Deer quickly checks on Sexton's condition, walks up in front of me, and reflexively takes up a defensive position, while Colfine and Mailing and Melanie are away. Be careful, Shikikan. Logically speaking, the chances of her self-repairing like this should be vanishingly low, but the characteristics of Bojum cells might actually end up coming in play here. Self-repair, huh? So, a doll can self-repair, and a third-gen doll at that. Well, that's interesting. Looks like she's recovering faster than expected. Her neural cloud's rebooting. Bad sectors are actually accepting connections. Deer stares incredulously at the instruments he's holding, while Groza warily raises her gun and points at it, Sexton's while shouting at Colfine. Get Mailing and that girl out of here. Oh, 1 second. Oh, excuse me, guys. Had to sneeze. Okay. Colfine drags Mailing and Melanie outside. Melanie keeps looking back as she goes. After Colfine closes the door behind her, I return my attention to Sexton's. Can you repair her neural cloud logs while we're at it? Thank you. I'm doing it right now. Reboot. Successful. Local Neuro Cloud backup. Activated. Backup failed. Reboot successful. Logical Neuro Cloud backup activated. Now connecting to remote database. Remote database. Connection failed. Rebooting in local mode. System online. Now loading affiliation data. Affiliation ID failed. Sextens opens her eyes, but remains still. She looks at me, her eyes filled with confusion. Are you my Goshujin-sama? Your Goshujin-sama? Sextens walks towards me and extends a hand.
I reflexively reach out to take it, but Groza blocks me. Shikikan, she poses a huge threat. You mustn't lower your guard. Deer quickly works on his instruments, then he suddenly chuckles. Shikikan, looks like you might actually become her new Goshijin-sama. What do you mean? Well, affiliation and authorization data have been completely cleared out and her systems are back to default state. If you like, we can take ownership of her. Does that mean anything? Of course it does. That way you can easily retrieve those neural logs you wanted. Wait, we're getting a sextance on our team? I mean, the only human here who can do this is you, right, Shikikan? I glance at Groza. She doesn't look at me. Her gun is still trained on sextants. If it will aid your mission, then you should assume ownership of her. Oh. I nod and Deer immediately begins tapping away. Sexton's eyes briefly flash. Soon Deer puts his instruments down and confidently addresses me. Done. She won't regard you guys as enemies anymore, and her neural cloud's reconstructing itself. Also, I found something neat. Something neat? She has an IFF key in her database. Do you want to know what that means? Are you saying that anything the key regards as friendly is actually an enemy to us? That's right! See, all the combat logs from nearby have been transmitted to your neural cloud. My guess is that these friendly coordinates show them the movements of Mangi security forces. There's no PMC with so many guys in the crappy part of the yellow zone. So the third generation dolls are linked to Mangi security. I mean, that's obvious, right? The third gen dolls were the product of the conglomerate to begin with. Yeah. So if we have more precise locations for Hide 404, we can use sextants to backtrace them through the Mangi security positions. I nod, then my terminal suddenly reads. Shikikan, do you read me? Loud and clear, go ahead. We found the coordinates, and we ran into a small detachment of Mangi security personnel. They are few in number, and we have already eliminated them. We found a couple Survey Corps troopers during the firefight. One perished and the other is badly wounded. Can you send him back to the Elmo for treatment? His wounds are severe, and we cannot send him back easily. Miss Diane is administering first aid, but... Diane, what is this trooper's condition? His bleeding isn't stopping. At this rate, he won't last long. Are you dolls? Let me speak to your Shikikan. Shijin-sama, he... Patch him in. Will do. We're from 376 2nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps. We're bounty hunters who were just passing by and picked up your distress signal. Can you tell me what has happened to you? Thank you. While carrying out our mission, we encountered many elids and enemies from some unknown faction. They destroyed all the signal markers nearby. I knew it. While we were setting up the signal base station, we were attacked by mercenaries from Mangi security. Our mission can't end with us, for the sake of our brothers. Please stay still. You're in critical condition. Right now, I'm scripting your dolls in the name of the 7th Survey Corps. Please, head to our position and provide backup. Our main force has been surrounded. If you help, I'm sure the first sergeant will reward you well. Understood. We will help you. Thank you. Hang in there. Don't give up. Remember, you promised. Shikikan. He's not breathing. Centaureissi, please bury him. Let them rest in peace. Also, bring their dog tags back to the Elmo. Alright. I end the transmission and sigh. I guess things would have turned out this way, but I still can't feel a little sad for those soldiers. Dear, you said Hyde 404 was accompanying the survey corps, right? That's what Good Guy said. Yes. So the base station they struggled to rebuild should be nearby. Have sextants prepare to backtrace them. Groza, take our remaining dolls. Use sextants as a guide to find Hyde 404. Understood. We have to find them. We can't waste those soldiers spent their lives to protect. Alright, here we go, guys. The last story node and the setup to Aphelion. Let's do this! Oh man, I'm going so long today. Oh. Alright, y'all. First sergeant, that answered the question, if evil, why hot? Well, I guess she's not evil, right? Now she's good guy. Good guy 35. Say tense. We hurry back to the ops room. Deer heads to the comms hub and begins connecting to the equipment. Can you find 404's location with the base station? I'm trying, but my guess is that it's not too likely. The base station might be mil-spec hardware, but Mangi security already knows it exists. So in addition to sending people to destroy it, they'll increase their efforts in jamming its signal. The communication hub emits a signal loss tone, validating Deer's thinking. Didn't work, like I expected. Still, there might be hope if we can get sextants to help. Hang on. Deer crawls under the command terminal and begins installing some extra equipment. Meanwhile, I use this time to contact Centaureissi. Centaureissi, how are things now? We've buried the soldiers. The base station seems to be running normally. Right, spread out and establish a defense line. Now that Mangi knows they failed, they'll send over more people to counterattack. You must ensure the base station is secure. Understood, Goshijin-sama. We won't disappoint you. Deer emerges from under the command terminal and taps the several locations on the touchscreen, whereupon their menus begin to change. Right. I copied over the frequency settings from the military base station. This way the Elmo can use it as relay to search for the nearby Mangi security signals. Well done. Groza, do you read me? Go ahead, Shiki-kan. Contact Sextens level 2 and see if you can find any treasure. Got it. Working now. Groza ends the transmission. Soon Sextens IFF is transmitted to the Elmo systems. The military base station has great coverage. Now for nearby signal traces. What's wrong? The good news is that the IFF key is really effective. It's picking up traces of every single position Mangi forces have been to. Bad news is it's picking up traces of every single position Mangi forces have been to. So they're all over the map. I look at the map after signal analyses has been done. Our surroundings are covered in red dots. Looks like they really were wanting to earn their paychecks. Let's think about this from a different angle. Look for signal traces belonging to the highest ranking contacts among these. Deer gets my meaning. He nods immediately, beginning to work on the task. Got it. There are two sets of signal traces corresponding to highly encrypted wavelengths. The first active between half a month and a day ago, while the other appeared a day ago. Looks like we found them. Can we try to pinpoint the signal location? One moment. Nope, looks like they're using different communicating network from the rest of Mangi. We can't obtain their exact location with Sextens' permission. However, we can use Sextens' permission to contact that network and crack their firewall. We might be able to see their location. That being said, I'll take a full day to crack at it with the Elmo's current equipment. We'll start by trying to crack it. Deer begins his work. Like he said him. The progress bar on the monitor is crawling along. I sink into thought, then I suddenly think of something and look towards the dino gate. Say, Dandelion, isn't cracking your forte? You're terrible, Shiki-kan. You only want me for crypt analysis. It's enough to make me cry. Oh. I'm sorry. Can you help us out? Well, like the boy said, the Elmo systems don't support cracking. As for my processing power, it's limited to that of this tiny diner gate. Have you forgotten that all the signal markers are destroyed and my connection to the outside world has been severed? Shiki-kan, look at this. Deer suddenly exclaims and
And I look at and I look at the command terminal screen. The opposition's signal security level has fallen. Deer begins tapping on the screen before I can tell him to. Wait, they voluntarily lowered their security level? There's a chance now. They lowered it. Did they encounter 404, so they lowered their level to be compatible with 404's channels? That means we don't have much time to do this, given our current speed. The progress bar visibly picks up speed, but the estimated completion time shows that the operation will take close to an hour to finish. Dang it. We're too slow. The Danda gate flies up to the screen, and its mono eye flashes. Then Dandelion projects her image and smiles smugly. Well, if they have lowered their security level, I might be able to do something about it. However, I can't handle an encrypted signal of this level alone. Tell me what to do. You know me so well, Shikigan. Can I borrow those cute little dolls of yours? You're not going to do anything dangerous, are you? Relax. I'll return them all in one piece after I'm done. I'll set up myself up as the relay, so even if the offensive barriers trigger, I'll be the one melted down. Well, have I allayed your concerns? I eye the Danda gate dubiously, then contact Groza. Soon, processing power reaches the command system. The Danda gate perches on the command terminal and begins to work. Looks like there were offensive barriers after all. Time for me to show what I can do. Everyone, I need you to focus your forces on the weakest part of the enemy protocol. If we're ready, then go, 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 go. Here we go. One last fight. Then probably another 10 to 20 minute cutscene, and we are done with Zucchero Cafe. And all caught up for, what's it called? Aphelion. Y'all excited? I'm pretty excited for Aphelion. I'm surprised you're still going. Almost done here. We're in. Connect to the channel. The system indicates the cracking was successful, and Deer begins eavesdropping on them. After some crackling noises, a couple voices are clearly audible. I'm here now. Belka, destroy the amplifier. 404, cut all comms now. That's Klukai. So they've encountered each other already. What should we do? Should we contact 404? No can do. They've gone silent, and using a mangy frequency to establish the comms would be too risky. Can we obtain their position from the transmission just now? Sure can. Right, send it to Groza. Groza, we've got an approximate location to 404. Sending it over now. Head there ASAP. Also take Sextans with you. Use her to correct your course along the way. Must we? She can perform course corrections from aboard the Elmo. The opposition's permissions outrank Sextans, so it might be another third gen doll. Right now she's affiliated with Elmo, so having some extra fighting power may be helpful in the upcoming op. Understood. I'll leave Nemesis and Colfine here to defend the Elmo. Everyone go help with Hyde 404. Roger that. I'm counting on you. Groza ends the transmission and prepares to head out. As for me, I pause to think before sending a transmission to Centaureissi. Centaureissi, said Rep. The enemy has attempted 2 counterattacks. We've repulsed them both. They might continue trying to seize the location. Abandon the base station and return to the Elmo. Just like that, Yoshijin-sama. Mangi will lower the guard once we abandon the base station. However, I think for a moment. Before that, send one last message from it. What kind of message? Use Morse code and broadcast in clear text. Where are you? Alright, I will do so now. Soon Groza's Jeep leaves and Elmo races off. Meanwhile, a series of long and short tones repeat through my earpiece, and I pray they will convey adequate hope. Come on, you have to make it. Wow, okay. Another quick one. They just straight... I guess they really were setting up Aphelion. Oh.
did it, guys. And that is the end of Zucchero Cafe. How did you guys like it? I hope y'all enjoyed Zucchero Cafe. Whew. I know towards the end there, my throat was kind of like giving out, so I was like being a bit more consistent with the voicing. But I wanted to do everything I can to give it my all. I hope that y'all enjoyed Zucchero Cafe as much as I did. How's your voice holding up? You sound a little raspy. Definitely raspy. Like I said, by the second to last story node, I was starting to like, oh shoot. I loved it though. I love the dialogue. I did a good job. Thank you. I hope that y'all genuinely enjoyed that too. I know I'm no voice actor and can't replace the voices, but I gave the best I could for that one. So I hope it was enjoyable for y'all at least to have some kind of voicing. Get your treat into ice cream? Yes. I got collab tonight anyways, so I'll just have them do most of the talking. But no. You know. Did you want to see what deer looked like in GFL1? Project Bakery. Collab, what you collabing? I think we're doing Baldur's Gate 3 tonight. Or as I like to occasionally call it, Bald Gate 3. But I'm a little exhausted, so like my mind is not like functioning. It was fun, only have to wait a week. Right, Aphelion is coming soon. I'm pretty excited for that one. Oh, goodness gracious. Baldur's Gate 3. So yes, that's what we're gonna be playing. Big fan of Baldur's Gate. Awesome, awesome. But yeah, no, I enjoyed Aphelion. It was or not Aphelion, sorry. Zucchero Cafe. It was actually a pretty intense story that I didn't quite expect. So, oh, it was very intense. But I had a good time nonetheless. Hope you can get some rest. I will. I'll get something nice to eat and sit down and enjoy. I have tortellini tonight. Honor 1621 stickies. Yeah, I got a lot of stickers to go through. This is gonna take a while. But I'm just doing a little bit of this before I close out on stream. I just kind of wanted to talk to you guys briefly about Zucchero Cafe. Overall, enjoyed it. Really loved the moment between Shiki-kan and Springfield. Loved watching Shiki-kan get stern, or not Shiki-kan, Springfield get stern after, you know, Shiki-kan is kind of on the back of everyone else. Or everyone's hopes and dreams are always on Shiki-kan. It's gotten a lot more serious for sure, and poor Shiki-kan. Like, it's very clear Shiki-kan is not able to keep it together as much as they did in the beginning. They need the support of their dolls. Now I understand the whole marketing and love behind this. The dolls are to represent mothers that we didn't have. Set up a nice place. That was an awesome story direction for the cafe. It was overall really, really nice. I liked a lot of their interactions, and I'm so glad voice acting is coming back for Aphelion. Deer's pictures, yeah. Awesome, awesome, thank you. But yeah, overall, I hope that you guys enjoyed my best efforts. Oh gosh. I always feel so awkward whenever I start to like try to put emotion into voice acting, because I'm like, oh. Oh. Alright. So, we did it. We did it, guys. Being a base mom and therapist since GFL1? I see. So we had to give her a moment to shine with that. Either way, that was probably my favorite interaction. Thank you, Sage. I'm glad you liked it. And you know what? Yes, I am fishing for compliments. Make me feel good. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's just a prank. It's just a prank. It's just a prank, guys. No, wait. It's just a prank. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make a joke. You forgot to put the bait on the line. Oh. She had to ruin the moment. Okay, it's because when people start being sweet to me, I start feeling awkward. So I have to scream into the microphone to do something weird. So people will, people will, what's it called? Will be weirded out. And that way it won't make me uncomfortable. I don't feel good. I don't do good with touchy-feely situations, guys. I'm a goblin. What do you expect? Touchy-feely situations are not my forte. You were good and nice. Thank you. Overall, thank you. She's kind of a tsundere. I'm not a tsundere. What is this insult to me? I don't accept this. But yeah. I'm glad y'all enjoyed. Again, it was just a prank. I'm not actually tsundere yandere begging for attention. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some people that claim they die without attention. In which case, hey, more power to them for knowing that about themselves, but goblins deserve compliments. That's what a tsundere would say. Okay, so to say that you're not a tsundere, you have to say that you are a tsundere. What kind of backways logic is this? No wonder macchiato can never win with y'all. Kinda soon, just shy. Yes, shy. I'm not macchiato. I'm not over here like, I bought an apartment for you, Commander, and if you want, you can come by later. Ooh. I recently stopped by Thygistics for an upgrade. I'm acting like Grey Zoo. Well, no. He has a level of tsundere-nish that does not include me. But yes, Zucchero Cafe, bakery via Steamwork. Yes, it actually would. Because you are 100% correct. Throne utilizes a bunch of different fees and a bunch of different stuff. Honestly, you can just DM me for my friend code. I accept those too. Because, what's it called? Throne utilizes a bunch of different fees that just make things a bit more complicated, so I try to leave multiple options open. And then I'll have to buckle in for the 2-hour-long cutscene, the Kojima experience. But yes, Zucchero Cafe was really enjoyable, along with Amidst Wings of Grey. I admittedly liked Zucchero Cafe way more than Wings of Grey. And that's not to say Wings of Grey was bad. I just feel like things are really picking up the pace in Zucchero Cafe. And it's probably because Wings of Grey, on the back of Wings of Grey, it definitely established what we were going to enjoy. Reverse collapse stream when? Whenever there is a down week with down weeks with GFL2, I don't mind starting to do reverse collapse, and it's Fire Emblem-like gameplay, which I'm excited for. One thing I'm not a fan of is this feedback wall. What? This feedback wall is so soothing. Look at this. It just, you basically get to play easy mode Candy Crush. This is what Candy Crush actually is, not Dokkan Battle. Speaking of which, when are we getting MGS? It's on my list, Sage. I'm trying to complete my Donothon goals, my speedrun stuff, before I move on to MGS. I want to catch up on gachas, do my speedrunning stream, and then start MGS, because MGS is one that I don't want to take off of my schedule. So it's pretty much going to get a permanent slot so I can get through all the games. Bakery to find all of the hidden spots again. But yes. Oh, I'm so glad. That was a good, enjoyable moment. That was a good stream. Have you settled on what you're speedrunning? Not yet. I'm still thinking about that. That's gonna take me a bit more time to decide, honestly. I still haven't given it much thought because I've been quite busy or quite active, not busy, active this week. So yeah. Oh, all right, y'all. Oh my God, wait, that's deer? Gosh dang. Femboy galore. Okay, all right. A Zelda game, potentially that might be what we're doing. 100% achievement haver. We might be doing a Zelda to speedrun. And I won't have to worry about hot sauce. True. All right, guys, let's get this stream wrapped up so I can go get something to drink, relax, rest a little bit, and all that stuff. Okay, so I want to thank you guys for being here. You guys are the best part of every single stream, and I greatly appreciate each and every single one of you. I enjoyed Zucchero Cafe, and I enjoyed Mid Swings of Grey, and I'm so ready for Aphelion, so let's do this. Great story overall. Enjoyed it a lot. So, all right, y'all. With that being said, I hope to see you guys next time. I'm going to be doing a collab tonight for Baldur's Gate 3 and then reviewing Daima tomorrow, so please stop by. Otherwise, keep an eye out for the schedule and for the new Aphelion update. Take care, everyone, and bye-bye for now.